This is Ronique Patel. Today's date is March 17th. This is evening hearing sessions for the Board of Assessment Appeals in room number 1. Okay, I'll take a look. I think I did see another affidavit in there, but I'll take a look. Thanks for coming in, by the way.
Yeah, my pleasure.
You can sit here if you want.
Where can I sit?
Right there.
Oh, good.
Just so it's closer to the phone, too, because it's being recorded as well.
Okay, good. I could sit in this chair or this chair?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. All right, let's see. When you said Leslie, I don't know why I didn't. Okay.
Harriet.
I'm Harriet.
Got you.
Yes, I
have
am.
your affidavit right here.
Although I prefer the name Leslie, to be honest with you.
I like Harriet.
Oh, God, I've hated it for 70 years.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure your mother and your father heard about that. Your parents.
Yeah, but I'm named after my grandfather, Harry, so what do you expect, you know?
Oh.
What do you want? Okay.
So just to get started,
Yeah.
Welcome. My name is Ronique.
So nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well, Harriet. Sorry, should I just call you Leslie?
Yeah, right.
I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. It's being recorded, so whenever we talk, just try to be as clear as possible. Just to verify a few things, the appeal number is 378.
Correct.
The property being appealed is 281 Orchard Hill Road.
Yes.
And you are representing Leslie Mert.
Yes.
For property 281 Orchard Hill Lane in Fairfield.
Yes.
And your name for the record?
Harriet Busker, Busker.
Great. Thank you so much. And I do have a signed affidavit from Leslie Mertz showing that you are able to represent her in this case. And the town has the property appraised for $1,158,800, and you're requesting that the town reduce the appraised value to $1,004,000.
No, that's what she
Okay.
did that. No. My appraisal came in higher than it should have, and my appraisal came in at $975. Although it's I'm an appraiser.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good. So $975 even.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's still way too high.
Okay. So we're just gonna have a requested value of $975 for this.
Yeah.
Okay. Because you are an attorney, I don't need to swear you in.
No, I'm not an attorney. I'm an appraiser.
I'm sorry, appraiser. If you can raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
So help me God, yes.
Thank you. Okay. So here's your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 was $975,000. Market value is what your home would have likely sold for on that date. So please be as succinct as possible.
Yeah. Well, I just want to start out by saying, which is, I think, the most important thing that you need to hear, is that when somebody calls me to do a tax appeal,
yep.
The very first thing I say to them is, let me look into it. Let me see if I believe that you're being overassessed, because if I don't think you are, I'm not wasting my time and your money.
Right.
So that's what I do, and I go right to the drawing board. I drive by their house, I get information, and I figure out. Anyway, in this particular case, they are so overassessed. That's what I'm saying, and I'll go through all this, and you can ask me all the questions. But unfortunately, I came upon another comparable that I missed somehow.
Okay.
And I really would like it to be included in your your final papers, and it's right here. It's literally, I don't know if you're familiar with Orchard Hill Lane.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this will show you. This is on Hirsch Road.
Okay.
You see, Orchard Hill Lane goes right into Hirsch.
Okay.
I missed the sale. Okay, and I'll leave it with you because I can do another one. This house is the most recent of the sales. It closed October.
Thank you. I was looking around. I was like, where are they?
Oh,
I appreciate it.
Is that the stuff for here, for mine?
That's for swearing in, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to have you sign here.
Thanks, sweetie.
You.
She's my buddy. Okay, so this is just my signature.
Yeah, just the signature.
Okay. She used to be an appraiser years ago.
Yeah,
in
Wilton, right?
Yeah. No, she was an assessor in Wilton.
Oh.
She was a real estate appraiser many years ago.
Oh, wow.
We took classes together. So I don't know how I missed that particular comp, which is probably the best comp, and it's also the most recent as in terms of being close to the October 1st date, except for comp number 4 on Tuckahoe Lane. But this one is almost identical to the subject property, and except for, I'll give you and it's sold for $860.
Okay.
Okay.
And what was the address on that one?
This one is 31 Hirsch Road.
Okay.
This is the best comp, without a doubt.
Okay.
It's got, the difference is that it does have 400 square feet less than the subject property.
Okay.
But if you multiply that times my $50 per square foot adjustment, which I use, that's $20,000 right there. You add to the $860. It also has a finished basement, but not as large as the subjects. So the subject has another 1,000 square feet finished basement. So that's multiplied times $25. That doesn't make sense.
For the square footage. It would be less square footage than living, right?
Yeah, so let's say it is $25,000 difference, but I don't think it should be. Okay, let's really give you guys the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
So we're talking about $25,000 plus $45,000 difference, add that to the 8 you're up to 900,000. And I'm trying to see if they're, and this all just sort of came about, so forgive me.
Oh, you're fine.
I'm doing it on the cuff here.
What was the date of that sale?
That sold August 27th, 2020.
Okay.
I'll give you the volume and page if you want it.
No worries.
Okay.
And what was the sale price?
The sale price was $860,000. It was during COVID. It was on the market for $899, so it didn't sell right away. It sold in 61 days, and it sold for $40,000 under list price during COVID.
So how many days was on the market again?
It was on 61 days.
Okay, sorry.
Now, the home's a cumulative amount of days of 165.
Okay.
The realtors play games with their listing, so it really was on for 165 days.
Okay.
It was initially put on for $949. They reduced it to $899 and ultimately sold it for $860.
Got it.
Okay. In my opinion, and because it's during COVID, and actually, well, I'll tell you, I only have 15 minutes.
You're fine.
Okay. I'm so sincere. I get caught up in these things, so forgive me.
Yeah. Well, it's your job, right?
It's my job, and I take it really seriously.
Yeah.
This sale is actually, I looked at all the rooms inside, is nicer.
Oh, really?
Subject property.
Okay.
It is. It's nicer. And, yes, it does have a smaller lot, but you know what? The subject lot is very limited in the rear because it slopes completely down, so it's not even, it's essentially the same amount of usable land.
Okay.
So there's really no reason to adjust for site. So therefore, in my opinion, even though I came in at $975, and I know you can't just use one comparable, but this one adjusts out to $900,000. I think my $975 is too high. Matter of fact, I know it is. If I was, and I am a realtor, if I were to put this house on the market, I'd put it on for $899 today.
Okay.
So, and I will go over anything you want after that. That was very important for me to discuss.
Yeah.
However, they are so overassessed, it's ridiculous. There's no question about it. So now I'll let you ask me questions.
Yeah. So do you have a copy of the new appraisal? Well, it's not really new, right? Because it's just adding that comparable sale?
Yeah. Here, so let me give this back to you for your files, because that's really important. That's right there on the street. They go into, it's the same street, but different names for some reason.
Okay.
And the most recent.
Right. Okay.
And I urge everybody on the board when you're going through this, if you can go online and look at the interior photos, you'll see it's beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Okay. Yeah, and Paulette Kuso is the co-listing agent.
Yeah, this house, I'm telling you, this house is worth $850 all day long. It's not worth $975, like I said.
Okay.
But what I don't like to do is try to look like I'm working on the homeowner's behalf and really making adjustments that are ridiculous. And I want to point one more thing out. I said I was done, but I'm not.
You're fine.
Okay. If you look, there's 6 comparables, okay? You will see it says date of sale?
Yep.
Okay, and across the board, there are adjustments except for comp number 4. Now, what that is, that adjustment is giving a time adjustment for COVID. These sales took place before April. I really consider April 2020 the beginning of the COVID market in Fairfield, okay?
Yep.
These all took place before. I actually gave a 5% adjustment to all of my comps except for comp number 4 because that sold 9/21/2020. That was COVID.
Okay.
Banks don't even let you give adjustments. Okay, they won't. The banks will not allow that. So I went overboard to prove to you I gave high side of value here.
Yeah. Did you want to speak to any of the other comparables on here?
Sure. Anything you have, any questions you have on them?
Yeah. So, do you have the adjusted values for 31 Hirsch that you calculated?
That's what I just did with you in my head.
Okay.
Did you write that down? I can write them on there.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Just so we have it clear. And I see your notes on the bottom for the other comps as well. So that's great.
Yeah. So So for the square footage, it's and $25,000.
I don't know how you guys don't run out of so much paper.
Matter of fact, I just said to my husband, yes, I have one ream left. I've got to go and buy another. I buy them by the, it's ridiculous. And the cartridges for basement square footage.
Yeah, because 120 was really close as well.
Yeah, let's see, $20,000 for adjustment for square feet above grade. And I believe those were the only two adjustments. Doesn't need an adjustment. Land. No land adjustment needed. I'm going to write.
And you wrote very good for condition on 55 Orchard compared to 281.
Okay, I'm sorry. Here, I think that should do it. So It's a $45,000 adjustment, bringing it up to, so total, wait a minute.
And 860.
Total
Oh, no, that was the sale price, I'm sorry.
Adjusted sales price would be 905,000. Okay. My handwriting's atrocious.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay. Yeah. So wherever it says very good, which is comps 1, 3, 4, and 5.
Yep.
It is because what I do in the process of my report, I'm studying the interior of every single room in those houses by way of, MLS looking at the rooms.
Okay.
And I can determine, along with the list of items that the realtor puts in that have just been replaced or remodeled or redone. So those adjustments are based on that.
Okay.
That's how I come up with that. So Orchard Hill Drive was in very good condition, superior condition. So was comp 3, comp 4, and comp 5.
Okay.
Orchard Hill, I'm sorry. Yeah. Orchard Hill Lane is an older house. It was similar. It was very similar.
Street,
yeah.
Right next to it almost.
Yeah, right down the street.
Okay.
Not as nice. It's older. It was totally remodeled. Much smaller lot. That's why it sold for only $745.
Okay.
Yeah. But I utilized comp number 2, 224 Sherwood Farm Road, because I like to bracket square footage, land size.
Okay.
And our subject has 3/4 of an acre. And all the other comps I used were less than. So I needed to find a comp with more than or equal to the land size.
Got it.
Okay, and I adjusted for land across the board with all the comps.
Okay.
All
Seems
right.
like you have some good, compelling information here.
Well, I honestly, if I'm telling you, they're not going to get a penny over $900,000 for this house that they put on the market. So for them to be appraised at $1.1 million, whatever, it's crazy. It really is. It's really not being fair to them. So anyway, I know you guys have to do what you have to do.
Yeah. So for next steps, as I'm sure you probably are aware, what I'm basically going to do is I'm going to be presenting as a petition to the majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail with our decision within 7 days of the decision. All decisions are going to be made in March. If the appeal is denied, she can come back again next year. If they're granted reduction, they can't reappeal again until the next 5 years, till the next reevaluation. If you don't agree with the board's decision, you can take the next steps in court, and instructions on how to appeal in court will be in the letter. Okay, great. And I'm coming back at 7:45. You going to be here? I wonder if you have mine. Also on North Benson Road? Which one? Does it say 7:45 at night?
Do you have me?
Hold on. Let me see. 7:45. Is it for? Oh yeah, here it is. Your name's actually on here.
Yeah, because I did that right from the start. So I'm going to go home and come back.
Let's do it now.
You want to do it now? Oh, I have it in the car.
Okay. Let me take the next one, and I'll take you right after her.
Oh, fantastic.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. It makes it a little easier, right?
Oh, thank you. Wonderful. Okay, great.
I'm surprised they did it so far apart.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll grab you after this next one.
Especially since they're a quarter mile away from each other.
Right.
Yeah, I know they do it like that. Okay, good.
Yeah, I'll help you.
So how long have you been doing it? 40 years.
Oh my God. You're a baby,
And
right?
I grew up in Jersey. I'm a baby. 70 years old.
I mean, you started when you were a baby, I would say.
Actually, no. I actually started in my 30s. Oh, my God. All the way to the right.
Oh my God.
From home all the time. You don't
Me neither. I've been working at home for like the past over a year. This is like the one gig where I can see people. You can sit in one of those two chairs.
Either one? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to give you this.
Okay.
And by the way, this is being recorded, which is why that phone is there.
Okay.
So with our math, just try to be as clear as possible.
Okay.
I'm not the best at it, so.
Okay. I'm not either. I'll be like yelling at you, and I apologize for that. Just trying to make sure it gets through the.
Totally fine.
math. Yeah.
I appreciate it. So first off, welcome.
Okay.
My name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to hear your appeal today, and it is being recorded. So Ronique, R-O-N-E-K, as in last name Patel, P-A-T-E-L.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. So to verify for the recorded line, I have your appeal number as 529. The property you are appealing is 1912 North Benson Road in Fairfield.
Mm-hmm.
And you are the owner of this property?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you state the name for the record?
Sure. My name is Kathleen Tomlin.
Great, thank you. And the property has your house appraised at $1,080,300,
Mm-hmm.
and you're requesting the town reduce your value to $990,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. So if you can just raise your right hand for me, just to swear in. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give during the assessment today and appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. If you can sign that form there, the top line. That's great.
Okay.
Perfect. Perfect. Okay, great. So here's your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 was $990,000. Market value is what your home would have likely sold for on that date, so please be as succinct as possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
So I just to ask a question, have you reviewed anything that I had sent in, or no?
No, I took a quick breeze, but if you can just give some volume to it.
Sure.
Perfect.
So I've taken potentially a little bit of a different tack in terms of trying to substantiate that value for the house.
Yep.
So we purchased our house in July of 2019 for $920,000, which was at the time well below its current valuation, which was $986,000.
What was the sale price again? I'm sorry.
$920,000.
Thank you.
It was appraised at that time for $925,000.
Okay.
And I did bring a copy of the appraisal form as well.
Okay. Okay.
So I understand that that's outside of the base period.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure the extent to which that can be factored in.
Yeah.
Because at the time it was very overvalued in terms of its appraisal, and then the increase has been on top of that, which has created, in my opinion, sort of a gross additional overvaluation of the total value of the property.
Perfect. Okay.
So.
I also, thank you, sorry.
So basically, what I did, and I put in here a table that shows the values of the properties that have sold over the last year and a half on North Benson Road in the vicinity of our property. And then other sort of as comparable as I could find properties in the vicinity not on North Benson Road. And I actually have two additional that are even further in the history, but they're actually the ones that were used in the appraisal that was done in May of 2019 for the purchase of our home.
Okay.
And the sort of long story short is that consistently, historically, the properties on North Benson have been overvalued compared to their appraisal, whereas the surrounding properties have been undervalued. So our properties are selling below what they're appraised for, and ours was in particular extremely below. So comparing the sale price, which was, again, I know it's outside of the base period, but July 2019 to its current valuation, so it's $160,000 less, which seems quite dramatic.
Okay.
Compared to when you look at other sales, you can see them, as much in the opposite direction as $126,000 above what their valuation is. So our argument is essentially just that this section of North Benson Road and the other two properties at 1847 and 1867 have exactly the same pattern where they sold well below their appraisals at the time. Mm-hmm. Interestingly, their appraisals have actually gone down for 2020, but still were the sale prices were less than their current appraisals. Just that historically, this sort of section of North Benson has been overtaxed and overvalued, and we are in that bucket, and we are like an extreme case of that. Okay. Whereas, again, in that Osborne Hill kind of neighborhood that you see, if anything, homes are slightly undervalued if they're off of that main street. So. Yeah.
What would you say out of these homes are most comparable to your house? Like size, acres?
So we have about 7/10 of an acre. So we do have a larger piece of land. Okay. The house is not particularly comparable. I'd have to these lower valued ones. The one that sold for $430 and $420 and $435. They're smaller houses, but some of them do have larger parcels that they're on. Okay. So we're actually pretty comparable, I would say, to the more like the 1858, and then the two that are not on your document that you see, the 1867 and the 1847 were new builds right before we had moved into the area. And they...
What were the new builds numbers?
They 1847 and 1867. So they were newer and kind of nicer homes than ours, but sold for around the same. One sold for $904 and one sold for $947. Okay. And their new appraisals now in 2020 are less than our appraisal. So we, again, we're out of sync with them in terms of our valuation. I apologize they're not on there. I actually didn't realize they were in the same kind of pattern with everything else.
Okay. So, okay. And you have the appraisal from 2019? Yes. Would you like to submit that into the record?
Yes, that would be great. And I also included that has also the tax cards for those three properties that I referenced, the 1847, 1867, and then the one that's not on North Benson, which is 380 Orchard Lane, which shows that opposite pattern where it actually sold for quite more than it was appraised. And curiously enough, their appraisal went down.
Okay. So. Okay.
And then we had a second sort of argument or point to make, which was just about the percent of increase in the land value, which was just, obviously in our opinion, extreme. So the percent increase in the land value for our sort of block of North Benson was 33%, which was just a massive jump, and it just feels like that's just hard to justify, that our land has suddenly gone up by a third in value in a year or two. And then the streets across, the houses across the street directly, which are not North Benson addresses or the Shady Hill addresses, their land value stayed basically the same. So again, it just felt like North Benson was really getting hit hard with some kind of sort of arbitrary metric, algorithm that says suddenly we're worth, 33% more. And it's a busy road. It's not like, I'm not sure why it's suddenly such a dramatic increase in value.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add to the record as far as comparable sales, anything like that?
No, that's what we've had time to do. So.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. And I do have the letter here. Mm-hmm. I have your appraisal here, which I'll be able to paint some picture with as well. Mm-hmm. Look at one thing in your vision. Thank you for giving me a copy of the appraisal, by the way.
No, that's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
I have it electronically, so that's fine. And it's not the whole 26 pages. It's just the page that has the sort of finances. I didn't print the whole. Sorry.
No, I have the comparable sales. I have the pictures.
Okay.
Okay. Let me tell you about next steps.
Okay.
So you gave them clear, succinct information. So what I'm going to do is present your petition to the majority of the board at a deliberation session.
Bless you.
Thank you. I had my second vaccine, so.
Good for you. You're lucky. I'm not yet.
I work at Pfizer, so I work in the vaccine division. So.
Nice.
Anyways, I'm going to be presenting your petition to the majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail of our decision within 7 days of the decision. All decisions made are going to happen in March. So if your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. If you are granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years.
Okay.
So that's why it's close to, we have to make a case to make sure it's close to your number.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, again, we don't dispute, our house has appreciated in value.
Yeah.
And that's where we came up with that 990. We feel like it certainly probably has, as the market has improved in this area, but it was out of line to begin with, that the correction really needs to be the other direction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And if you don't agree with our decision, you can take the next steps and appeal in court.
Okay.
And instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
I think that's it. What do you know? So you said everything will be happening in March.
Yeah.
So we'll hear in March or early April.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully we can get them all in time.
Okay. Do you have a sense of how likely it is anyone's petitions get approved, or is it kind of that?
We all vote as a board.
Okay.
So it's all all of our decisions together. So essentially, I present your case, and then we all vote on it,
Mm-hmm.
And we just kind of figure out if there's clear information, what we can do, if there's a real case to be made, and then we all vote together on it.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, no, of course. Thanks for coming
I'm sure
in.
you've been busy with this, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fine. We're all volunteers, so we're all kind of helping our
Okay.
community.
Good deal. Thank you again.
Yeah, of course.
Have a good night.
You as well.
Yep.
Take care. Thanks for coming in.
And just go right back out the front.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. Thank you so much. Yeah, of course. I just figured it's a little easier for both you and I.
Good. Okay, I was just studying it because I was going to study when I went home, so You're going to have to bear with me. I study each one before I come. But I remember this one.
Just make sure I have the affidavit for this one.
So this one, we started with them right from the start, so you won't have any of that aggravation.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I do.
Yeah, it's me. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Another no-brainer. Okay.
Fine. You just gave it to me. Come on, go. What is it?
Thank you. Sorry. I didn't get enough sleep. I was typing appraisal. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, so welcome. My name is Ronique Patel. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today, and your hearing is being recorded. I just want to state a few things for the record. Please correct me if anything's wrong. Your appeal number is 142. The property you are appealing is 1858 North Benson Road in Fairfield. The owner of this property is Roberto and Tara Menzueta. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that.
Mm-hmm.
And you are representing?
Yes.
And
Correct.
your name for the record?
Harriet Busker.
And I do have a signed affidavit allowing Harriet Busker to represent from the appeal. And the owner or the town has the property appraised at $830,800, and we are requesting that the town reduce the value to $766. Is that correct?
That is correct here.
All right, great,
Yes.
Harriet. If you can just raise your right hand, I'm just going to confirm you in. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give today in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Help you God?
I do.
Great, thank you. And here's your opportunity to present petition as to why you believe the market price of the property is $766,000 on October 1st. Market value is what your house would have likely sold on that date, so please be as succinct as possible.
I will be. And I again, just briefly, I will not take on a case unless and that's what I did my research. First of all, these people purchased the house in June, and they paid $800,000. They paid over market value as far as I'm concerned, but they came from out of state. They didn't know the difference, and they needed a house, I guess. But in any case, so they brought me in to appraise it, obviously for tax purposes, and in doing so, I developed this appraisal and determined based on the adjusted values of my comparables that are all within, let's see, I have 6 comparables, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them are within 1/3 mile of the subject. One of them is within 0.67 miles. I'd like to bring attention to comp number 1 in particular because one of the big issues with this particular house is not only on North Benson Road, but on one of the busiest sections of North Benson Road. And comp number 1 is sort of catty corner to them. It's diagonally across the street. And even though it's an older home and it's a split level, not a colonial, it was completely remodeled and in similar condition to the subject. It also has property that's twice the size of the subject, and all that 0.60 acres is usable land versus the subject that has 0.29 acres. This house that sold during COVID, because it sold 8/6/2020, sold for $780,000. What I did, I adjusted for the land. I adjusted actually for design because I don't feel that the market would like to, I think the market prefers a colonial styled home to a split level. So I did give it an adjustment there. And I also said the quality of construction is 5% less than the subject quality of construction. It's larger. It's about 300 square feet larger. Has same amount of bathrooms and much larger finished basement. And it has a pool, a lovely in-ground pool, which I adjusted. So that particular comp adjusted out to $764,250. That really is the best comp in terms of location. And location is the issue with this particular property. The other comparables here do not suffer from the external obsolescence, as does the subject and comparable number one.
Okay.
So they are just adjusted typically, but they are adjusted for location. They're adjusted, what did I give it, 7%, I think it was, 7 or 8% adjustment, just because they don't suffer from the external obsolescence. And that adjustment across the board. And I wrote that down, what that adjustment is. Let's see. What do I want to tell you about these? So let's see. Comp 1, 2, and 3 were all COVID sales. They were either August and September, so I did not need to make any adjustment for time. Comp 5 and 6 were in February and January. So I adjusted again, like the other appraisal, 5% for time. I increased the value because I'm assuming that during COVID the value would be even higher. So it's reflected in the adjusted sale price of these comps. What can I tell you?
You're fine. Yeah, no, looks good. I have the appraisal here.
Okay.
And what's the date on the appraisal?
The date on the appraisal is, it has to be as of 10/1/2020.
Okay. Perfect.
But I actually saw the house on January 28th, 2021.
Okay.
But the date of the appraisal, you'll see it states, it's a retrospective based on the as of 10/1/2020. It's a couple of places on the report.
Oh, I see.
I'll show you where. It shows up here.
Yeah.
And again, it shows in the comment sections down here.
Perfect.
2 spots.
Okay. Perfect. Anything else you'd like to add to the record?
No, I don't think so. I think we're good. I think it's clear cut. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I think you gave some good, compelling information today.
Okay, good.
So here's what the next steps look like.
Okay.
I know you've done this before, so I just want to kind of give you an idea.
Yeah.
I'm going to present your case to the petition of majority of board members for consideration and vote. They'll be notified by mail, and they'll be within 7 days of the decision. All decisions are going to be made in March. If the appeal is denied, they can come back again next year. If it is granted, it's a reduction, they can appeal again in the next reevaluation in 5 years. They can't do it till the next 5.
So you guys get together at the end of March?
We get together now.
You keep up with it.
Yeah.
So, that's great. So that it's still fresh in your mind. Yeah,
exactly,
good.
Exactly.
And then so I'll probably hear sometime in April
on
all of these.
Exactly.
Okay. Right.
And then if you disagree with the board's decision, you can appeal the decision in court, and instructions on how to do that will be in the mail.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Of course.
It's a delight to meet you.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for doing this because I know that, it's like a civic, you're doing it, you're not getting paid for it.
Yeah, and it's a good opportunity. I love doing stuff with the community. And I just moved to Fairfield about 2 years ago, so
Where in Fairfield do you live?
I'm Bronson, lower end of Bronson. So I
nice.
redid one of those small houses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I love it.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
And what do you do for a living?
Oh, I work, I'll walk out with you. So
Okay.
I work in vaccines at Pfizer. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, so I'm very relevant now.
You really? That's incredible.
Yeah, so I'm the vaccine rep for all of Fairfield County.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Can you get my youngest son is 43?
It should be open in April. April 3rd. I was just at headquarters in New York City this morning getting my second dose.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Be
Yeah.
careful tomorrow. We have our second dose for return last Saturday.
Yeah. I know. I know, it's just like can't wrap it up. Yeah. That's what I'm going with. How's it going?
Good.
Good. Thank you for coming in. You guys can sit on those two chairs there.
Great.
And the line is here, so because it is being recorded.
Okay.
I'm going to give you this.
Did you sign this? Okay.
I'll let you know when to sign it.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just for the swearing in. Great. Welcome.
Yeah.
My name is Ronique Patel. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today, and it is being recorded.
Okay.
A couple of things for the record I'm going to state, just to let me know if anything is incorrect. Your appeal number is 488.
Yes.
The property you are appealing is 55 Sconset Drive in Fairfield.
Yep.
You are the owner of this property?
Yep.
And your name for the record, both of you?
Qin Yan.
Great, thank you. And the town has your property appraised for $994,300. Okay, and you're requesting the town reduce your value to $950.
Yes.
I read that opposite. I was like, are you requesting a higher amount? If one of you can raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give during the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Great, thank you. If you can sign that form saying that you were sworn in, there should be a pen right there.
Okay. So just here, signature, right?
Yeah.
The other sense is for you. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Perfect. So here's your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 should be $950,000.
Mm-hmm.
Market value is what your home would have likely sold for on that date, so please be as succinct as possible.
Yeah. So there are mainly 3 lines of evidence. One, there's appraisal that I have submitted. It was done in March 2020.
Okay.
And the appraisal value is $950,000. Actually, I looked more carefully about the number, and there are 2 houses. One of them has was sold like before October 2019. So I took that out, and there's another house that's like 63 years old, and some of the price that was listed there were not a sale price. Some of them are listing price.
Okay.
So I recalculated this with the remaining 5 houses, which is listed here. So the final price, based on also I used the adjustment that the appraisal used back then for those 2 houses that have been sold with the new price.
Yeah.
So based on that is $950, 100, and then we purchased the house, as you know, at $950. That's the sale price. Lastly, there's another piece of
Wait,
fresh.
hang on
Okay.
a second. I just want to make sure I'm on the same page with you.
Yeah.
So
I removed the number 1 and number 5 from that.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I remove number 1 and number 5 from that because one is sold before this comparable period. Another one is like 63-year-old house. It's not comparable, I would think. So with remaining 5, that's the average price I get.
Got it.
Okay. So
and then we added these in.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then second line is the purchase price is $950. Okay. So lastly, and I also did another comparable sales search in neighborhood 73, which is where our house is in, and neighborhood 80.
Yep.
So between the criteria I use is between October 1st, 2019 and October 1st, 2020.
Okay.
The land area between 8,000 to 13,000 square feet.
Yep.
Living area between 3,000 to 4,000. Build time from 1995 to 2017. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 houses, including our own house in it. And if you average the sale price over there, it's $928.
Okay.
So that's another piece of paper actually I submitted with my at the end, I think.
Yeah.
Very end.
I think I did see that. Oh, here, that's
Yeah. So anyway, so those are our evidence. I think the fair price should be the purchase price we have, $950.
When did you purchase the house?
It's May 14th, 2020.
And what was the purchase price again?
$950.
Okay. What do you think is the most comparable to your house as far as the comparables?
The comparables, I think, among those, I think this Wolving Court one is quite close, and then actually I did not look very carefully, and actually on this side, on this one we have. There's the 2 Wolving actually. There's one Wolving Court, 40 Wolving Court, and 70 Wolving Court, which we actually haven't looked. I think those are comparable.
Okay.
Yeah, those are actually sold at much lower price compared to ours. $910, and one is sold at $930, and the other one was sold at $917. 70 Wolving Court was sold $930. 40 Wolving Court was sold $917, $500.
And then what are the sell dates on those 40?
So the 40 was sold August 4th, 2020, and 70 Wolving was actually, why do I have the same date? Something's not right. But anyway, it was sold last year.
Okay. Let me look at your paper really quick.
So there's page 2 at the very bottom, and basically it says $950.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, I see that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And
so if you want, so the updated price for those are like the comparable sale number 6 that was sold at $930, right? Number 7 was sold at $885.
Okay. I have the dates on here, don't I?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, there's no sold date, but it's on the spreadsheet, I think.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Because it's just in this you don't have it, so.
Okay.
Because at that time when they did the comparable, some was those 2 are actually, one is on contract, the other one was active listing, so that's not the final price.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you purchased it, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So, anything else you'd like to add to the record?
Anything else? I think I have stated enough.
Yeah.
Even 9 of evidence.
You're fine.
Yeah.
All right, well, you guys gave some good information. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to present your testimony to the board at a deliberation session.
Yeah.
And that's when we'll be voting on the decision for it. So all decisions are going to be made in March, and you'll be notified within 7 days of our decision.
Okay.
Hopefully we get through by March, but we'll see. If your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. If you are granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation date in 5 years. So if you don't agree with our decision, you can appeal the decision in court, and instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
No. Thank you.
I'm good.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for coming in. Nice to meet you both.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, and welcome. You just got moved here recently?
Yeah, we moved here like last year, right? So
Yeah.
I like the science will win. I'm a scientist.
Oh, really? You work at Pfizer?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm in the sales side, so I sell vaccines.
Oh, okay, that's great.
So it's not a hard sale.
I get it, yeah. That's great, yeah.
Yeah, so, where do you work?
Oh, I'm a cancer biologist. I work at Yale.
Oh, wow, very cool.
Yeah.
Not too much for a commute.
It's okay.
Nice.
Very nice. So you changed career or you?
No, so we're actually all volunteers.
Oh, okay.
So we're just really here for you guys. Yeah, so as a board we deliberate, and so we're just here as fellow Fairfields. We pay taxes as well. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Okay.
Yeah, of course. Nice meeting you
Nice
both.
meeting you, yeah.
Of course. Take care.
Okay. Bye.
I know. We have a lot of appeals this year.
Yeah. A lot of people. We're happy.
I know. No, it's fine. We totally get it. You can sit in one of the two spots.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course. Yeah, so we're all volunteers, so we're all here to help you guys.
See.
Yes, and represent and etc.
Thank you. Are you from Fairfield?
I'm not from here. I live in Fairfield. I bought my house about 2 years ago, so I kind of.
Well, that's kind of what I meant. So.
Oh yeah. So I did exactly what you did when I first bought here. So I know what you guys are saying.
Yeah, got it. Well, thank you for doing this. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. So just let you know, this is being recorded on that phone. So a couple of things for the record. Welcome. My name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today, and it's being recorded, like I said. So with our math, to try to be as clear as possible.
Sure.
I'm not the greatest at it, as you may tell.
It's hard.
It's hard. So just for the record, your appeal number is 296. The property you are appealing today is 1211 Stilson Road, and you are the owner of this property?
Yes, myself and my husband.
Great, thank you. If you can repeat your name for the record.
Anne Marie Petrie.
Great, thank you. And the town has your property appraised at $946,100, and you're requesting that the town reduce your appraised value to $850 to $865?
Yes, something like that. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go over it.
Yeah, when we looked at the numbers again, we were like, oh, it was actually, we didn't realize we hadn't done a study of homes.
Okay.
In our area, and then when we looked at the study of homes that it sold, we were like, oh.
Okay.
So
we'll go.
We can have a look at the numbers. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. If you can raise your right hand for me.
Yep.
Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. If you can sign that form for me, just that top page, saying that you were sworn in.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, I did want to give you this too.
Yeah, sure thing. It's for the record.
Which we, again, noticed when we were looking at this, because we don't normally look at we're not looking at this a lot. So there's an area on our field card which says that we have a patio, but we don't have, when we did that area is not a patio anymore. And then I did take a picture of the area there so that you could see. It used to be like a bluestone all the way around the cabin, and it's all gone.
Before we start, just want to let you know, so here's your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe market value of your home on October 1, 2020 should be $946,000-ish. And so market value of what your home would have likely been sold on that date, so please be as succinct as possible. So one of the things you said is there's no patio, and on the field card there is a patio, right?
Yes.
Okay. And thank you for providing pictures. Oh, how lovely. Sorry, go ahead.
No problem. Okay, so I start then?
Yes.
Okay. So we did have we had an appraisal done because we had done this addition.
Yep.
So we had appraisal done September 2020, and that appraisal came in at $920,000, and that was done through Webster Bank.
All right. What was that? What's the amount again?
$920,000.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Go ahead.
So that, I guess, is our step number one. Then step number two is that then, as I said, we started to look through. Then we did our own independent research on properties in Fairfield, close to us, making sure that it was still within our zone.
Right.
And then and found that those properties, when we compared those, all sold for a much lower value.
Okay.
And they were all within the range of what you were looking for, the 2020 sales range.
Perfect.
Then so we did an independent one, and then I went on and had a look using Division's website and looked at that, and then was even more surprised that the value actually was lower again of properties that had sold within our code, our neighborhood code, the 003, 0073 code. Yep. So on average, when we looked at those, we averaged out on the independent one that we did that the sales were $817 and some change, and then through the Vision appraisal, when we went in and did what you recommended, it actually came in at $790.
Okay.
So I guess our big argument is that we, obviously we feel like the number is too high.
Yeah.
We don't have a garage. All the rest of them do have a garage, which we don't have at all. We would love one, but we don't have one, and we can't afford it right now.
Yeah.
And then we're kind of an unusual property. Most of these that are here, most homes in Connecticut altogether are colonial property, and ours is not. Is a log cabin from 1932. And in hindsight, when we bought it, we probably should have, at that point, come to the town and said, I think that something probably needs to be done with the taxes, because we literally bought a shell of a building that it was supposed to be, I think it was 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home.
Okay.
But we literally bought just logs, and then we then had to put walls in. The previous owner didn't get any kind of permits, but he literally gutted the whole thing.
Wow. Okay.
In hindsight, he had a brain tumor, and that may have thrown him off
of
what he was doing. So
okay,
that might be why that ended up happening. But anyway, so but we probably should have approached the town at that point and said, this is what we have, but we didn't. But it's unusual property, log cabin with a new addition to it, which when we talked to our real estate agent, he said, you're going to have a harder time selling it, right? Just because it's not your average home in this area. And then we do have a shared driveway, which is not maintained at all by the town, although we would love to have that changed. But it's quite a long driveway, and it's shared with four other owners that go off the driveway. So we do have to maintain it. We do have to plow it. We do have to do that. So again, not everybody really wants to deal with that. In purchasing of a house. I think that's really the main thing, that it's on average, when we look at the price and then we look at where the town appraises it at, when we looked at some of the numbers that we had pulled, it was just below 6%. One was 6% on average in one group, and the other was 5.5. So we feel like it should definitely, the number should definitely be lower than it is now. And then looking at the number that we had when we started to look at some of these other figures, seeing what things actually really did sell for, we kind of made it a little bit nervous.
Which of these comparables would you think is most comparable to yours? I know it's a hard question.
It is a hard question because, again, we are
so unique. It's a log cabin.
We're a log cabin, and it's really difficult. There's some of the ones that are a little older. We have on here in the first section here, number 6 and 7. Those were comps that we included because those were comps that when we put here Superior. One is a brand new build, but those were ones that we put on there because that's when the bank did the assessment, they assessed it off of a new build. However, we had a previous assessment done before that to get our financial loan for it, and that guy put it in at a much lower number, and he did everything off of an the older, trying to find a log cabin to compare it to.
Right.
So it's difficult. But I think there's a couple here that are these conventional ones, which are more like a modern, because the other part that we put on is very modern. So numbers 3 and 4 are both conventional. They look a little bit more like ours.
Yeah.
The first one, actually, Patrick Drive, that one is very modern looking. And it's a little older. It's 1985, not old.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and then we have like Norwegian Woods, the second one. That is literally a walking distance to our property, and that one sold at $850, and it's so I thought that was a really good comparable because it's literally 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes walk from where we live. And then I think which one of these is the there's also
Okay. And then the appraisal. I get a quick look.
Oh, that was the other one. There's another one, which is an older one, which is on North Benson Road, number 12, which is from 1900.
Okay.
Which has been remodeled inside. Looks really nice, actually. And it's an older build, but with a more modern, it's been updated, renovated inside.
Yeah. Okay. And that sold for, how much was that? 800, right?
That one sold for 800.
Okay. Requested value. So when I present, we want to be as close to that value as possible, because what happens is you can't, if we grant you a reduction, you can't appeal again for the next 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So what would you like me to use for fair market value? What do you think it is? Is it because I have 865 on here, but then also 850, so I'm not sure what you wanted to go with.
Yes.
I can present it to the board like this, as like saying that you want that to be the range. But so
we're better off to have a solid number, right?
Because what happens is when we deliberate, you may have a valid case,
mm-hmm.
but we're like, all right, well, if we make this decision for you, you're stuck with it for the next 5 years.
Yeah. Well, let's put it at the 850.
Okay.
Because again, like even all of these ones that have sold for less. I mean, we don't want to sell it because we just did this renovation to it. So hopefully we're there for a really long time.
Yeah, you guys did a lot of work.
Exactly. We love it. That was the other thing is we do have a larger property. So
okay.
We are fortunate that we do have a larger property. So we have 1.85 acres. However, a lot of it is woodland, and it can never be divided. So It's not like we're sitting on some other subdivision situation because it's a private road. There's 4 houses on it. There's no more houses allowed off of a private road.
Okay, thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because that's always been questioned.
Right, and there's a whole side of it is all wood. So.
Okay.
The deer love it.
Yeah, just not another builder.
Right. Yes. Exactly. So.
Perfect. So let me tell you about next steps here.
Okay.
So basically, I'm going to present your case to the board for consideration as a petition. You'll be notified by mail with our decision within 7 days. All our decisions are hoping to be done in March. We'll see.
Wow, that's really quick though.
Yeah, because we do it as we go along, right?
Got it.
So if it's denied, you can come back again next year. If you are granted a reduction, like I said, you can't appeal again until the next 5 years, which is the next reevaluation.
Right. We understand that. Yeah.
Yep. If you don't agree with our decision, you can take the process of appealing in court, and the instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your letter.
Okay.
Anything else?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you gave some good information today.
Thank you. Did I do good? Did I do all right?
Yeah. I saw your documents. I was like, wow.
I like to research, and then when I got into it, I was like, oh my God, there's I didn't, we really hadn't looked at any of that stuff. So
yeah.
Anyway, and then I guess I do have one last. So the square footage that we talked about.
Yeah.
So that I don't understand. It does or doesn't weigh into the overall kind of taxing part of it.
It does. I'm not an assessor. So basically, on the field card, if you look on your property.
Yep.
I'm just trying to find it really quick. Yeah, so, I mean, the majority of your assessment is coming from the land, right? And that's because it is a bigger lot.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, for your land, we have as 1.8 acres, and that's what you said you were saying, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. And what do we have for square footage here?
It should be like 26.
So, I mean, we also have a 74, model 2019, so 34. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, we've got living area of 2552. Yeah, square footage. Yeah.
So that's accurate. 2552 for living area.
Yeah.
And then okay. Yeah. So that's how it's kind of calculated. You think that's correct though?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I think that's probably spot on, especially because we've just had this. They came out and measured, right?
Yeah.
The town came out and measured the new part and along with the old part. So I think that's correct, but just that bit in the middle wasn't correct. So, but that is part that would essentially be part of taxed, even though. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't quite sure even if I should bring it up because I was like, oh, we don't have that there anymore. So I don't understand how it works. So thank you.
Yeah. No, of course.
All right, I'll let you move on to the next one.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for volunteering.
Yeah,
we appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for coming in. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Of course.
Do you want me to send him up?
No, I'll just take care of it. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Thank you.
It's all good. No, but you're fine. We're all volunteers, so we're just trying to help out.
Where should I sit?
Any of the two. Perfect. Thanks for coming in.
Certainly.
Okay, and just so you are aware, this is being recorded, which is why that phone is there.
Sure.
Okay. Welcome. My name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals, and I'm going to hear your appeal today. And like I said, it's being recorded, so with our math, just try to be as clear as possible. For the record, just want to state that, let me know if anything's incorrect. Your appeal number is 55.
That's right.
And the address is 233 Shady Hill Road in Fairfield.
Yes.
And your name for the record?
Thomas Cawley.
And you are the owner of this property?
I am part owner with my wife.
Great, thank you. And the town has your property appraised for $898,100, and you're requesting that the town reduce your appraised value to $850. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Great, thank you. So if you can just raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. If you can sign that form
Sure.
to show that you were sworn in.
All right. Here's the pen. This is the 18th or 17th? 17th. There we go.
Thank you.
For you.
Appreciate it. Perfect. So here's your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 was $898,100, and that was the town assessed it at. Market value is what your home would have likely sold for on that date, so please be as succinct as possible.
I'm not contesting the market value.
Appraisal.
That's a pretext. Shady Hill Road had 2 sections.
Okay.
The section that I live on is where the utilities go underground.
Okay.
10 houses were built there in the early 1980s.
Okay.
2 of which were not built by the same builder, 8 of which were, 3 of which share very similar, if not identical, footprints.
Okay.
Not about the land valuation, it's just about the improvements.
Okay.
My next door neighbor's house is identical to mine. His house has been improved to a greater value than mine with an addition. We have I think my property is the only property on that particular end of the street that's been sold in the last 25 years. And so as a consequence, and I don't know how this figures into assessment, but certainly property turn and valuation when the property is sold is a decent approximation of market value.
Yeah.
And so the thing that I was curious to see is I divided the livable square feet in each one of these houses by the improvement valuation in the latest round of assessment.
Okay.
And I found that my house, just compared directly to my next door neighbor, not to any of the others, which are substantially similar, is 20% higher.
Okay.
And then when I compared that to my other next door neighbor's house, they were the only previous sale in 1996.
Yep.
I know just from talking with Rob McHugh, he said to me, this house was in bad shape when we moved in. We put a tremendous amount of money into it and also a very large addition. His valuation per livable square foot is almost exactly the same as mine, and my house is unimproved from the original 1982 house. And so I was just curious to see why those values were so much different.
Okay, got it. Do you know the numbers for the neighbor that had the addition?
Yes.
What was the house number on that one?
That is 255.
And then the one that had the
substantial improvements.
Yeah.
211.
Okay. Yeah, so the sale prices were a lot lower than the neighborhood.
We're one of the few people that I would consider not to be an original owner. I know two of the original owners are still living in there in the houses that were built for them. And my next door neighbor is the second owner, but I think the house sold in the early 80s. And I think the balance of the owners on the street, with the exception of one, are all original owners.
Okay.
My only real concern is I'd like to have a street light. But the utilities, when those houses were built, they were thinking like there is a street light at the last old property.
Yeah.
Everything is underground, so there's nothing to put the street lights on.
Oh my God.
So it's nice. It's dark, but when I'm out there walking the dog, I'd like to do it with something other than a flashlight.
Right. Here's your field card. All right. So you have. And here's your land.
When I take the assessed improvement value in the 2020 valuation of 233 and compare it to 255, those are my next door neighbor that had the addition.
Yep.
My livable square foot for improvement valuation is 114, and his is 96. And I don't quite understand why. And the balance of the properties on the street are all in the mid 90s to the high 80s.
Okay.
It's nice because they are very similar. They were built at the same time by the same builder, so there is some reasonable standard of comparison.
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying.
I suspect because we bought the house 5 years ago, and there was, probably for the first time in many years, some economic measure of value, right? We paid X.
Right. 255. I just want to kind of touch on that one really quick.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to make a case showing the similarities.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just kind of comparing the two now. So you have okay, and the 28 is with the addition.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I'm so quiet. Just trying to.
No, go ahead.
Thank you. And then also, and the appraised value. Okay, 882 is the appraised value. 882 compared to yours. At 898. Okay. Okay. Anything else you'd like to add to the record?
No.
Okay. 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 So let me tell you about next steps.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, the board and I kind of meet together during a deliberation session, and so that's when we're going to vote on your case, and this is when I present your hearing. So all decisions are going to be made in March, and you'll get notified within 7 days of the decision.
Okay.
Hopefully we make it by the end of March, but we'll see.
It's a goal to shoot for.
Totally, exactly. If it's denied, you can come back again next year. If we do grant you a reduction, you can't come back again until the next evaluation in 5 years.
Okay.
If you don't agree with our decision, you can take the next steps in court, and instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter.
Not going to do that. I'll tell you that right away. Did that with our beach house in Madison. It cost me a fortune. I'm not exactly sure what it got me. So.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Madison's gorgeous.
Well, when we bought the house, it was 1998. The property taxes were $2,500.
Yeah.
Because it was, I guess it was a 4-year revaluation cycle.
Yeah.
The next revaluation cycle, they were $12,000. Jesus. Where they stayed for. This is a crappy 100-year-old beach. It looks like the place is on Fairfield Beach Road. It's not a special place.
Yeah.
We got together with our neighbors. We hired an attorney. I paid $4,000, as did my neighbors. And on the day of the hearing, the town changed all of our assessments. But it took me years to get my $4,000 back. House was finally revalued again. The property taxes dropped to $6,000 a year.
Wow.
It's I'm very much a believer in there being a cap on how much things can go up or down, and not necessarily gentrification. I just don't quite understand how a property could have its property taxes triple or quadruple in one assessment cycle. These are reasonable. I'm not contesting the reasonableness of the taxes.
Yeah.
Just compared to my neighbors, I wonder why my value is different.
Yeah, and it's funny because some neighbors, sometimes they appealed and then they're lower. Then sometimes we have to look at their neighbors and go, all right, did we lower that too much? Or sometimes we're like, oh, yeah, where are these appraisals really coming in? And so that's why we have to also be careful about what we decide what's going to be lowered or not.
Sure.
But yeah, it's interesting.
The very curious thing about this block is it was all built at the same time with the exception of 2 properties. So 10 of them were built by the same builder. And there are only 3 floor plans among them, so they are directly comparable.
Okay. And at the same time, too?
Yeah, exact same time.
Okay.
The builder was the same one that did all the, I guess his name was Hirsch, did everything on Hirsch Road and I guess Orchard Hill.
Okay.
Houses are very similar, standard Fairfield colonials, you know, and so just curious to see. But thank you very much.
Yeah, no, of course. Thanks for coming in.
Sure.
It was a pleasure.
How many more hearings do you have today?
Not too many. I think I have 7?
You're a brave man.
I know, we're volunteers. My day job, I work at Pfizer as a vaccine rep.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
God, you're a busy man.
Yeah, I just had my 2nd vaccine today.
I'm going in next week.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I know.
My wife got hers. She's a doctor, and we're just hoping that my son can get in soon. I've said from the beginning of this, there's 2 solutions, isolate or vaccinate. Take your choice.
Yeah. How old is your son?
He's 17. He's going to college in the fall, and he said he's not going to go. It's a COVID freshman year. He's had so many horrible reports from all his pals.
Yeah.
No matter where they went. It's bad. Oh, so bad for that.
Yeah, I work at Pfizer, so
Pfizer, that's right. I found that. Yeah.
So I'm busy, but it's all
Where
good.
would you like me to sit?
Any of the two.
I've had both of mine, by the way, so I'm good. Over here's fine?
Fine. Yeah. I just got my second one this morning.
Oh, good. Pfizer, I presume?
Yep, I had to go to headquarters for it.
How'd you feel?
Oh, not bad.
How do you feel now?
I feel fine.
Yeah. I would say my colleagues, I'm in my 50s, but my colleagues in their 30s got knocked out. I mean, just about 12 hours afterwards, knocked out.
Oh, gosh. Jeez. Oh, that's where I saw your name before. Okay. There's a piece of... that's probably not you, is it?
Do you want me to sign anything? So I applaud you guys for what you're doing. I did this about 25 years ago.
Really?
In one of the biggest cities in Waterbury, Connecticut, we had thousands of appeals.
Oh my gosh, Waterbury is wild.
It was crazy, but it was delayed, which is a problem. And I maintain, so I'm very familiar with the process, having chaired this board for a number of years. And this should have been delayed. That's my position. This should have been delayed. It met the criteria by OPM to be delayed. The criteria, as you may or will not know, is extraordinary circumstances. You know firsthand being in the business, these are extraordinary circumstances we're in. Or any flaws in the process. And as you come to find out, there's tons of flaws with the statistical methodology. Yeah. Time and again, I live in Fairfield Beach Road. I'm an RTM representative. Hundreds of complaints, and you've heard most of them. So I maintain this should have been delayed for all of those reasons. It met the criteria. It wasn't, and that's why I'm making my appeal.
Okay.
So anyways, I'll let you follow the process or swear me in.
You're fine. So, make this thing here.
Do you want me to? So you want me to sign this?
Yes, please. So welcome. My name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 Board of Assessment Appeal members. I'm going to hear your appeal today, and it's being recorded on that phone. So with our mask, just try to be as clear as possible. The appeal number today is, well, so they changed it, didn't they? It should be 308, but did they change it to 21862?
It's just 308 here, but PID number, I'm not sure what that represents.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. So your appeal number is 308. So the property you're appealing is 1080 Fairfield Beach Road, and the town has your property appraised at $844,200, and you're requesting the town reduce the fair value for a market value of $705,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Great. And if you can just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I hope you got it.
I do.
Great. Thank you. And you signed this for me.
I did. Happy St. Patrick's Day, by the way.
Yes, likewise.
You should be having a pint of Guinness and not taking my appeal.
I hear you. No kidding.
You guys are going to be busy all night, I'm sure. But I appreciate you doing what you're doing. It's a thankless job, but you're doing the right thing, and I applaud your service to our community.
Yeah, I'm a Fairfield resident myself, so I mean I remember coming in 2 years ago and feeling mine. So
Right. Yeah, people probably don't understand that you're trying to make it right and help the taxpayer. And so I know but we got bombarded. But anyways, I applaud what you're doing and I appreciate it.
Yeah, so here's your opportunity to provide evidence as to why you believe the market value of your home should be $705,000 on October 1, 2020. Market value is what your home would have sold for on that date. So please be as succinct as possible.
I will. So in short, as you know, there was a blanket reappraisal of all the properties on Fairfield Beach Road.
Yep.
The statistical methodology is inherent with flaws. The equations, which should be simple and standardized, have yet to be defined for anyone, despite multiple phone calls with a host of neighborhood organizations. An example of that would be all the properties on the creek side of Fairfield Beach Road going up 54%.
Yeah.
54%. Meanwhile, the properties on the beach side only went up 7.6%. Many properties throughout town went down. That right there tells me that there's something wrong with whatever equation they used. I believe the premise is that many of those properties for years have been underappraised because some are attached to homes or part of homes on the beach side. And they might be buildable lots, but they might only have garages or parking lots.
Right.
That may or may not be true. The notion that all properties were reappraised for 54% is a huge flaw. And as I mentioned at the start of this, I believe the criteria for a delay was met.
Yeah.
There's flaws in the process which are clear and evident, number one. And number two, we're facing extraordinary circumstances. However, there was not a delay in the process, and we are where we are. So I maintain that that's incorrect. And if that is indeed the case, then the town of Fairfield should get their money back. They should get their money back over the last 20 years since I've been a resident. because that means that every other revaluation was incorrect. And that's not true. I believe it was fair. I'm a fair man. I'm happy to pay my fair share as I've done. I'm a single guy. I could relocate. I can move out of time. I'm VP of sales for my company. I fly around. I'm away 100 nights, 120 nights a year, just so you don't think I'm joking. I could go anywhere. I have no kids in the school system. Unlike a lot of folks that retire and move, I'm here to make it better like you.
Yeah.
I'm here to fix it. I'm committed to the town, right?
Yeah.
Committed to the town. So I'm happy to pay my fair share. Happy to serve my community as I do on the RTM since 2013, as I do as constable, as Justice of the Peace, and with a variety of other organizations, with the Beach Residents Association, with the United States Coast Guard, Community Emergency Response Team. And I don't say that to justify my case. I say that to demonstrate my commitment to the town and willingness to pay my fair share. I do find it insulting when that's not fair.
Yeah.
And I could move anywhere out of town. There you go, right? 120 nights a year. No kids in the school system. But I'm still here, happy to pay my fair share. We'll continue to do it. Yeah. But I'm insulted when I'm asked to pay more than my fair share. Increasing my property value by 54% is not fair. That blanket, and so I'm not going to give you comps right now. There are no comps. And if you know Fairfield Beach Road, there's a host of nuances throughout that 2-mile stretch, depending if you're distal to the peninsula, if you're by the first bump, the second bump. I'm actually not in a good spot at Fairfield Beach Road. I'm right by the fire training facility, which they put up a few years ago. Right, and I could show you pictures if you like, or I could email those. Yeah. And I'm right by the water treatment plant, so I continually hear that noise. I sometimes hear that smell. So I could hear you. Just for your own recollection, there's the property, as you could see. Yeah. All right, so there's a host of nuances. Right, I'm not in a desirable part, not at all. But the notion that I contest is that all properties on the creek side went up 54%. When my neighbors right across the street only went up 7.6% on desirable sandy stretches of Fairfield Beach Road with breakwaters, which are higher elevation than mine. I lived through Sandy and Irene. They didn't flood. I did. So I take issue with the fact that there was that blanket generalization of all properties on the creek side went up 54%. That's not accurate. That's not fair. I take issue with the statistical methodology used, which has yet been defined. And I would argue that my property shouldn't have gone up 54%. Did it increase in value? Perhaps. There was some adjustment made to the damage, and so that was recognized by municipal evaluations. Where should it be? So I'm contesting my property, my land value. 395.7 should probably be about 4.25 is what it should be. And so I could argue that it should probably have only increased 7.6%, and the comps are right across the street. You could look at 1057 Fairfield Beach Road. You could look at 1073 Fairfield Beach Road. If you'd like, I could send those to you. They only went up 7.6%. And so those are the best comps. My property should increase in proportion, if they've deemed that to be accurate, 7.6%, not 54%. Mine was billable throughout. It wasn't a garage. So that's what I take issue with. So if you increase it by 7.6%, just multiply 395 by 7.6, it comes out to like 4.25, I think. That's where it should be.
So
that's my case.
The land value, so what do you think it should be again?
So let me see. So again, based upon a comp, right? So if you want to look, and so I could even argue that mine didn't increase in proportion to those comps because they're on a sandy beach with breakwater at a higher elevation. But let's give that the benefit. Yeah. Right across the street, probably 40 feet away, 7.6%. Yeah. So mine was at 395.7 based upon the last revaluation. If you multiply that by 7.6%, it comes out to whatever that comes out to. And there's probably hundreds of comps that you could use of the same acreage of mine, but let's go right across the street. I could give you 3 of them right there, right, at 7.6%. So that's where mine should be. It should not be 54%. I understand the logic. The premise is that many of those properties were not appraised in the first place. They were buildable lots. However, they only garages or parking lots. When they realized that they were buildable lots, they profoundly increased their price. That might be true, it might not be true. But to apply that blanket formula to all the properties on the creek side of Fairfield Beach Road is profoundly flawed. And I won't get into the other issues. I won't get into the issues about the fire treatment facility right by there. I won't get into the issues about the water treatment facility or the dozens of student housing throughout the year that continually violate all of our ordinances. I won't even get into that. Let's just keep it simple. Keep it straightforward. It shouldn't increase 54%. That's not fair. My comps are the 30 feet away, 40 feet away at 7.6%. So that's where I think it should be, and that puts me around that that value of 705 for the land and the structure.
Okay. Question. So there's marshland on here. Do you think that's accurate at 0.13?
So there was, I think, and that's been factored in all along. So there's an easement because there are wetlands there, and that's the point. I'm not on a sandy beach.
Yeah.
I don't have a breakwater. I got a swamp behind me. I got the water treatment facility, and that part of Fairfield Beach Road, one other point, is not navigable. I can't take a kayak out there. I can't put a dock out there.
Yeah.
And so that's the flaw. The flaw is they applied that formula to every property, but it's yet been defined how it relates in a linear or nonlinear fashion to the acreage. So again, comps are simple. Take a look right across the street. They went up 7.6%. Apply that to my property, which was always a buildable lot, and that gets you to like 425, which is consistent with what I had maintained all along, that the total value should be 705 for the land and for the structure.
Okay.
And if you want, I could email all this stuff again. My printer was down, so I don't have that documentation. But I think you saw the pictures. If you have any other questions, I'd be happy to review the proximity to those comparable properties across the street, or even where I'm relative to, again, there's other properties at the end of the creek that I think were, again, not buildable, or were buildable lots, but that wasn't recognized. They could put up docks. It's part of a navigable stretch.
Yeah.
Scenic views. You're not looking over a swamp. You're not looking at the fire treatment facility.
Yeah.
You're not looking at the water pollution plant. So, again, to my point, the appropriate investments were not made to consider all the nuances of those particular locations.
Right.
Early on, I think 20 years ago, they just thought all the properties on Fairfield Beach Road were waterfront. And so I maintain that they didn't do their due diligence in assessing the nuances or recognizing all those nuances. Interestingly enough, the gentleman who bought 1495 Fairfield Beach Road, his property only went up 7.6%.
Oh, yeah.
And
on the ocean side, right?
On the ocean side, 1495.
Yeah.
And I think that went down from 2019. Okay?
Right.
So you could use that as another comp as well. 7.6%. 1495 Fairfield Beach Road. You could look that up.
Yeah.
So again, happy to pay my fair share as I have. I'm not leaving town. Again, I have no kids in the school system, but all about Fairfield. I'm happy to pay that fair share. I'm happy to continue contributing. I'm not leaving. I'm sticking around, even though I could go anywhere as a single guy.
Yeah.
But it's insulting to me when I'm unfairly appraised. And I feel that that's been the case here. And as you know, there's about 649 other people that feel the same way.
Yeah.
That being said, I appreciate you listening, and thank you for doing your due diligence, and thank you for your service to our town.
Yeah, no, of course. So what I'll do, I am very familiar with all the Fairfield Beach Road properties.
Probably more so than you ever wanted to be, right?
Yeah. So I've definitely heard all of your guys' case.
Well, there's a lot there. I mean, it's different. It's a different place at 1 o'clock in the morning after 10-cent Tuesdays.
Yeah.
Or Thursday, Friday, Saturday until, it's a challenging place. And so unless you live down there, you can't appreciate it. I mean, I've got all that documentation I could share with you, the police calls. We're not even going to go there.
Yeah.
Because so my neighbors across the street face the same challenges. But certainly, if those properties in 1495 only went up 7.6%, then that's what I should go up, not 54%. That's ridiculous. And that again, to me, and it should be to you, validates all the flaws in the statistical methodology.
Yeah. One
size doesn't fit all. And by the way, other properties in town, a rising tide floats all ships. There should be no properties in Fairfield that went down in value. Yeah. And so, unfortunately, in representing my district, we're going to be saddled with a huge increase. And it is what it is. But our burden's not going to be 1.98%. It's going to be the increase in our appraisals times 1.98%. And we shouldn't be unfairly saddled. And that's a perfect example of the flaws in the methodology. It should have been delayed until we got it right, and it wasn't. And that's not fair. Yeah. And we are in extraordinary circumstances. You're employed by the company that's working to fix these extraordinary circumstances.
Yeah.
Right. So anyways, that's my case. I appreciate you listening.
Yeah.
I hope you make the right choice, and I hope you make the adjustment that I deserve.
Yeah, and also if you wanted to add anything to the record, like documents, you can email it.
Should I? Do you need that? Would it help?
It's up to you.
Well, you tell me. I mean, did you record the notes, or do you need me to provide all that documentation?
I recorded the notes. I'm very familiar with Creekside properties there.
Okay. Have you seen the water treatment facility from that first bump and the fire training center?
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, like, the whole building, saying that they completely stopped the whole project. There's like this wall in between there.
Well, they did, and they were supposed to repair that before Mr. Michelangelo went on his little sabbatical, and then not only that, the berm's contaminated. So again, one size doesn't fit all.
Yeah.
But the bigger issue is that there should not have been a blanket increase of 54%.
Right.
So my comp is those properties across it went up 7.6%, and again, it gets you to 425. But what should I?
Yeah. So if you wanted to email it, so it's up to you. I can't really tell you what.
Sure.
One way or the other.
Understood.
So it's BAA at fairfieldct.org. Just include your appeal number, which is 308, and just say, please add to my record.
Sure. And when will this be deliberated on? That's been a big issue with many of my constituents. They want to hear.
I know.
And they want an index, as you've probably heard.
Yep. So we kind of held back about doing Fairfield Beach Road for a little bit because I had a lot of appeals in the beginning of the month myself. And so what we're doing is we're kind of treating it a certain way. So we're going to have it all closer to the end because it's just a unique place.
So closer to the end of
March.
the hearing period. Okay. Because people continue to contact.
Please leave your message for 20325840056.
Hi, this message is for Carol or Alicia or Kenneth. My name is Ronique. I'm one of the Board of Assessment Appeals calling for your appeal today. I will try back again later this evening to reach you regarding your assessment today, and we hope to connect with you soon. Thanks. Bye.
Please leave your message for 20325840056.
Please disregard my last message. This is Ronique from Fairfield. Your number got mixed in with another appellant that's doing their appeals by phone. My apologies for the confusion, and I hope all is well. Bye. Okay.
Alicia Carroll.
Hi, Carol. Alicia Carroll. My name is Ronique from Fairfield with the Board of Assessment Appeals. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
Yes. So sorry for the delay. Just running a little behind today.
That's fine. That's fine. I already called and left a voicemail with the clerk, so I'm sure There's
Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah, I'll track him down.
My voicemail.
No worries. Just letting you know, this is being recorded. Just letting you know, my name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals today. I'm going to hear your appeal today, and like I said, it is being recorded. To verify for the recorded line, your appeal number is 389, and can you please state your name for the recorded?
Yes, my name is Alicia Carroll.
Great, thanks. And the property you're appealing is 1617 Mill Plain Road?
Correct.
And you are the owner of that property?
Yes.
Great, thanks. The town has your property appraised at $794,000, and you're requesting the town reduce your appraised value to $700,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Great, thanks. This is going to sound a little weird because we're on the phone, but if you can raise your right hand, I'm going to swear you in.
That's fine. Does it make a difference? I'm also a lawyer.
Oh, never mind then. You're fine.
I'm self-representing myself. I mean, I've done these. I'm happy to be sworn in too, if it makes it more official. But
no, you're fine. You're an attorney. You don't need to swear in.
Okay.
So thank you for. I'm just making that note.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I wasn't sure if it only counted when I was representing a third party, or if it also counted when I was just like myself.
Yeah, I believe it also counts for yourself too. Just in case, let me just swear you in.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. So do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great, thank you. So here's your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 is $794,400. I'm sorry, $700,000, not the town requested value. And market value is what your home would have been sold for on that time, so please be as succinct as possible.
Okay. So I think it should be reappraised to the $700,000 value for 2 reasons.
Okay.
The first is I believe that the depreciation code on my property card was inaccurate, and I believe it's been inaccurate for, I'm assuming, at least the last 5 years. And specifically, I had never reviewed our property card before. They weren't as publicly available as they are now. Now they're online. And I never realized that this existed. So I finally looked at it, and I saw that our code, I think it was a 6. I'm just pulling up our property card now. I thought I had all the documents here, but
yeah.
So I believe our depreciation code was listed as a 6, and the surrounding houses, I gave 4 in our appeals packet. I believe you have the property cards.
I do. 4. Yep, I have that here.
So for each of those other properties, if you look, their depreciation code is a 4.
Okay.
I didn't know what that number meant until I called a couple weeks ago, and it was explained to me that that code 6 meant that basically our house, the improvements on the land were being valued higher because of that code.
Right, okay.
Or depreciating at a lesser rate.
Right, right.
So basically, after a little investigating, I spoke with a woman, and I'm blanking on her name, and she basically confirmed to me that I think it was Karen. She confirmed to me that it seemed to be an error, and they don't know why the depreciation code on my property was different. They couldn't explain a reason. Honestly, she basically told me for all she knew it could have been a typo.
Okay.
Because at 1601 is a 4, 1575 is a 4. These are on Mill Plain Road. 1553 is a 4, and 1531 is also a 4.
Right. Okay.
And just to give you some context, all of those homes were built. Some of them were built by the same builder. Some of them were built by different builders, but around the same time. So they're all equivalent age, equivalent. I would say, some of them had the same builder, so I would say equivalent in materials and things like that. Layouts are sometimes very similar even. So that's the first reason why I think our valuation should be, or our appraised value, what's the big one? The appraised value. Yeah, the appraised value should go to 700, not 794.
Let me just.
And then the second.
Sorry, I just want to make sure. The comparable houses you mentioned, that was 1601, 1575, 1553, and 1531, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, thank you for my notes.
Yeah.
Second reason, my apologies.
Yeah, the second reason is, those properties that you just mentioned, just to give you an idea of the appraised value of those properties, our direct neighbor is 1601.
Okay.
Their property, direct neighbor,
Yeah.
I just look at their house every day, looks pretty much the same to ours. Their value, their appraised value is $688,600. That's more than $100,000 less than ours.
Okay.
And so I find it really tough. And look, I don't know why theirs is that much less than ours. It just doesn't seem fair and equitable. And I look at, then just going down the street, 1575 is next, and they're at 671, I believe.
Okay, and you're saying that's the comparable 1601 to your house, right?
That's the most comparable property. It's right next door. They have all of, I think they have an extra room. They might even have an extra bathroom. If you look at the property card, our lot is a tiny bit bigger. So our land value, I think, is a little bit more than theirs. So that's 16. Let me just look. I think the land value appraised is like a little bit more than theirs. That makes sense. But the actual dwelling, it was built by the same builder, the same year, similar finishes. If you go down the list of their rooms, it's to me pretty equivalent. They have actually an extra room than we have.
Okay.
And I'm actually going to pull their property card.
Perfect.
So the only thing I could think of, I'm looking at just the footprint, they have certain things here, I think their square footage might be a little bit less than ours, but not $100,000 less. Their square footage, sorry, I'm not great at reading where the property card.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Stuff. But they have square footage, 1.5, unit price. Total living area. They are at 2,459. We are at 2,668. So a difference of 200 square feet. And they have we have 8 rooms. They have 9 rooms. I think they have an extra bathroom. We have 2. They have 3.
Okay.
They have an extra bathroom. Otherwise, it's equivalent. It's the closest thing to our house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. Okay. That makes sense.
So that's it. So that's 1601. Then you go down to 1575. They're at 671 is their appraised value. So it's a little bit, that's even less than ours. So that's even less than the 1601.
So 1675 was at what value, appraised value?
1575 was at 671, I believe.
Okay, got it. Sorry. Go ahead.
That's appraised value, 671. And again, I'm less familiar with that home just because I don't stare at it all the time. But it seems to be, along the same, they have 2,400 square feet, ours is 26, so we're talking about a couple hundred square feet difference, but otherwise, they have 8 rooms, they have 2 bathrooms, so they have the same rooms as we do, the same bathrooms that we do. I'm looking through, they don't have any, improvements or anything like that. I'm looking at our property card just to compare. The only thing is, before we moved in, it looks like the prior owners of our home did make, based on the building permit record, there are improvements that were made to the home.
Okay.
Now, I'm not looking to negate those improvements at all. I think that they should, I can see them.
Yeah.
They're on the property card. But I think it's worth noting that even counting those improvements, none of them equate to a more than $100,000 difference.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to compare. All I know how to do is really just look at what's there and compare ours to theirs. So yeah, our property card has so the improvements that we did as the present owners.
Yep.
As you'll see, there's no change. They were replacement windows and a replacement door due to wood rot. Essentially, they were falling apart. The only things that it looked like added value, so there was a new construction, no change. There was the finished basement and the new construction were at the same time in 1997.
Oh, okay.
Other than that, they did one remodel. It looks like the prior owners before we purchased the house in 2015. So it looks like there was a remodel in 2012 that they valued at $18,000.
Yeah, I see that. Okay. Right. Okay.
So I get it if ours is a little bit. I understand that every home is different.
Yeah.
And I just don't think our home is that different than our 2 direct neighbors.
Okay.
And then even certainly not $100,000 difference. And then going down the street to 1553, that's the next closest property. Theirs is appraised at $703,400.
Okay.
Which is this one? This is probably more equivalent to what we think ours is probably valued at. Not because of its home in particular. It's just let's just.
It's most similar.
1553.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never been in the house. I can't say what their house has or what it doesn't have.
Yeah.
But I think it's a more equivalent square footage size to ours.
Okay.
And I just want to make sure I'm. Sorry, I have so many windows open. I'm trying to find the right property card.
Oh, no worries.
They all look the same.
And I have access to all the property cards here too, so.
Okay, so yeah, I just want to make sure I'm speaking. So 1553. So these are all going down the street. So we're on all the numbers on Mill Plain were on the odd side. So I'm just going down the street based on our little development. So this is 703,400. Their square footage is 2701. So they have a little bit more square footage than we do. And as far as their property card goes, let's see if they have any they don't have any new bathroom or new kitchen or anything like that. So their house is a little bigger than ours, I think, square footage wise.
Yeah, not too much. Okay.
But not much. I mean, it's not.
And the land?
The land, I think all the land is about the same. So it's really hard.
Does it say on the bottom of that first page the units, how many acres?
Hold on, I have 1601 up by mistake. 1570. We already talked about 1575 and 1601.
Yeah, 1553 is what I'm looking for.
And we are looking at our acreage. Where would it be on the property card?
It's on the bottom of the first page, very bottom, towards the left.
10, it says total parcel land area, 0.2360.
0.2360, okay.
So that's for us. That's 1617. And theirs is a little less. Theirs says, this has two different numbers. The first one says 218, and then the next one says 21. Oh, they just rounded. Sorry. So theirs is less.
What is theirs?
Less. They have 0.218.
Okay.
Total card land units, and then the parcel total area is 2175.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
So that's for, this is 1553, and their square footage is total.
2701.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So
that's and then there's 1531. 1531 is higher than all of the other three. 1531 is 725.
Right. Okay.
But that's their appraised value, and so they're the highest one of the, well, outside of us. They're the highest one of that, but it's still $70,000 less than what we were appraised at.
Right.
So that's really our reasoning. We kind of just picked the number between all of those, right? We had the lowest one at 671, and the higher one was 725. And because the 1601 and 1575 were the closest to us physically,
yep.
Those are the ones we picked as more comparable. And the room, and in fact, our neighbors actually have more rooms. I think 1531 has, let me try to find their square footage, see if there's any difference. So all four, I want to say, just in full disclosure, all four of these properties seem to have smaller land sizes than ours. I think all of these other properties are 0.218 for theirs, and ours is 0.236.
Okay, perfect.
So our physical plot is bigger than these four, but not, I mean, it's not that much bigger.
Yeah.
So, and the bulk of the difference between the values here are the dwelling value given.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm familiar with that.
It's not the land. The difference is really in
the dwelling
value.
Yeah, so I can see that. But let me tell you about next steps, Alicia. What I'm going to do basically is present your petition to the majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail with our decision after 7 days of the actual decisions. We're trying to get all the decisions made by the end of March. If your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. But if you are granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So if you don't agree with our decision, you can take the next steps and appeal your decision in court, and then instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter.
Okay, got it.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for the delay.
No worries. Is there any information that would help you in supporting our appeal that we haven't already talked about?
We really like to look at market value. So if you do submit other things to the record, if you have market value evaluations, that can help strengthen it. But really, I also present it to the board, right? So we all vote together. And so it's really whatever the whole board decides collectively.
Okay. So there's not like a specific piece of information that would be helpful other than market value stuff, which I don't really have.
Yeah, you're fine. So I mean, I'll present it as is, and so and basically I can't really tell you like one way or the other what would be a stronger case, really.
Okay.
But I'll definitely present it. We're all volunteers, so we're here to help the town, right? So we're all fellow Fairfield residents. But we'll definitely let you know as soon as we deliberate on it.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you for your time, and I appreciate. I didn't know you guys were volunteers, so I appreciate your time.
Yeah, no, of course, I appreciate it. Thank you so much today, and I hope you have a good one.
You too. Take care. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Andrew.
Hi, Andrew. This is Ronique from the Board of Assessment Appeals for Fairfield. How are you?
Oh, hi. How are you?
Good. I'm sorry for the delay. Just a little behind here.
That's perfectly okay. I wanted to make sure I wasn't doing anything wrong with that. And I do have a 6:30, plus I know you want to be quick anyway.
Yes. We'll be done by 6:30.
Okay.
So thank you so much for your time today. So I am just pulling in some information here. I show that, well, let me first start off. My name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. This is being recorded and open to the public, and so I have you on speaker for that exact reason. And I'll be hearing your appeal today. And for the record, just want to verify, let me know if anything is incorrect. I have your appeal number as 287. The property you're appealing is 150 Carroll Road. And can you state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, first of all, that's both those information is correct, and I am Andrew Blum.
Perfect, thank you. And you are the owner of the property at 150 Carroll Road?
Well, I am
part of the trust.
In a trust. I'm in
yeah.
a trust. So do you want me to go into the details there? Or is that
No. No, you're fine. You're a trustee, I assume, right?
I'm a trustee and a beneficiary. But yeah, that's fine.
Got it. Perfect. So the town has your property appraised at $678,000, and you're requesting that the town reduce your appraised value. So you have it between $575 to $600. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So this is going to sound weird on the phone, but if you can just raise your right hand, I'm going to swear you in.
Sure.
So do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Great. Thank you so much. So I have all your documents here. Here's your opportunity to present a case as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 is between $575 to $600 and not the value assigned by the town. Market value is what your home would have likely sold for on that date, so please be as succinct as possible.
Okay, I will do that. So essentially, you have a copy of the CMA report?
I do.
Okay. It really comes down to this in a nutshell, and I apologize, the pages weren't numbered, but it's a 32-page document, page 26. So if you go to the back and count in 6 pages, you can see the realtor's summary report.
Yep. Hang on one.
And that's exactly where I got the $575 to $600. And the very bottom of that page says the price range, I'm quoting here, the price range for 150 Carroll Road is between $575 to $600. So that's why I put those exact numbers into the appeal document.
Okay.
If you look a little more deeply as to his rationale, he talks about how the property is different from other, he calls it university area, other university area properties. It goes on to say the value suffers from steep access road and driveway. And it also says it has a dated interior and exterior. So I'll expand on those real brief. The access road, if you're familiar with Carroll Road, it's Carroll. It's still part of Carroll Road, but it's like a cul-de-sac off the Carroll Road. Originally, that was a private road called Great Oak Lane. You could check the land records for that. But as a private road, as you can imagine, it doesn't have the berth, like the width that other roads would have. So it's very narrow, and it also is also fairly steep. And then the house sits also, it's a hill on top of a hill on top of a hill. Okay. Carroll Road is steep. Yeah, the old Great Oak Lane is steep, and then the road to the driveway for 150 Carroll is also steep. He felt that was a real deterrent.
Okay.
And so that was steep. He actually cited that as being of 50,000. He says the last sentence under the summary says the steep street and driveway reduced the value by $50,000.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the other aspect, interior requires a complete redecoration. Now, this, my parents were in this home, over 50 years, and they did one remodel, but even that was a long time ago. So he says that the interior needs a complete redecoration. It says new bath. I mean, a couple of the baths are original baths. But new bath, new kitchen. I think he says new kitchen. Yeah, new kitchen. And then he says the building. I think I sent you a photo of the house. If not, I think it's on.
I have it. Yeah, it's on the CMA, anyways. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know if you did a good shot of that or not, but the siding needs new siding and a new roof. That could be, I don't know if it's $50,000, but it's a big number. And I can tell you from experience, it's basically the house has become a woodpecker heaven. Okay. It needs serious siding. And then also the basement. It was half the basement was finished. That's no longer the case. I think you may have corrected for that, but he goes on to note that there was some damage because we had a hot water heater had exploded. So he talks about spoil the drywall and so forth. So, and I think the final point, a sale will be contingent on finding a buyer willing to reinvest in the property and bring it back to market condition. And so, yeah, that's really it in a nutshell. Is going by, and they did a very thorough. I don't know if you've seen CMAs before. I have, and I'm sure you have seen more than I have, I guess. Normally they give you like 3, and it's a very short analysis. This guy went to town. He really, he lives in the neighborhood, by the way, too.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. So he moved in. Not quite as recently. There's the addition up on College Park, that extension there, when that was first developed. So he's in the neighborhood 35 years, something like that. But he did a very thorough CMA. It's definitely unbiased. I didn't bias him at all. I just said, just if it shows up, if there's something. And I was surprised. I'm totally surprised. I knew it was overvalued. I didn't realize it was overvalued this much. So.
Yeah, so question for you. Part of the CMA shows comparable listings, which is common, right? So on the list of comparable listings, in your opinion, what do you think is like the most comparable to your house?
Well, that's a really good question.
I know, because I'm looking at the square footage and the acres, and it's a little different.
I had some that I think I did outside of his analysis that I had kind of perused before I reached out to him.
Yeah.
I could probably, it doesn't do you any good for right now if you need it right now.
What you could do is if you wanted to add anything to the record, I can give you an email address and you just reference your appeal number, and then they'll add it to the record.
Okay.
But
there is. I know like Limerick Road. I know pretty well. So maybe this 37 Limerick, because that's definitely the neighborhood.
Okay.
That could be one. As far as if I'm looking at his page 2 here after the cover page, if I had to pick one, it'd probably be that one.
Okay, that's all. I just wanted to, whenever I present to the board, some of those things they ask for, so I just want to make sure.
That one's a little bit bigger. The house is a little bit bigger on square footage, but it's good. You're not going to have a perfect comp, so maybe that's a good one. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Anything else you'd like to add to the record?
Just check my notes here.
Yeah, so I see the.
I suppose if I were to add one thing, I just know. I know Fairfield enough to know that when people are looking for homes, especially in that, that's the price range, give or take, and just people in general today, they when they're buying a house, they want it to be like really modern.
Yeah.
Have the amenities, hardwood floors, not just a turnkey operation like Ken, the guys at the CMA said that someone's got to really be willing to reinvest. And not too many people are willing to buy a fixer-upper in Fairfield. I don't even know people that mow their lawn anymore. Anymore in Fairfield, for God's sake. I mean, so people don't like to do their own work. And things like, if you look at newer homes, like, for example, I'm actually moving into a new place, and just like to have like a wide stairwell. We have a very narrow, steep stairs. I don't think that things like that. Just I know people are just really picky about things like that, and having the modern amenities for kitchens and baths, and all the extra fixtures and so forth. We have our laundry room is next to the living room on that floor, and people want their laundry room upstairs, right, and where the bedrooms are. So just things like that they're gonna, if they have new construction, it's just not going to compare with any new construction. So
right,
and there's been a lot of new construction in the neighborhood. I mean, just drive down Mill Plain Road. That half of Mill Plain Road closer to St. Pius Church. It's all new, modern construction. So I think that is another impediment that we're trying to, when we're thinking about the price. So I think that'd be my last thing.
Yeah, no, for sure. I appreciate it. So let me just tell you about next steps. So I'm going to present your petition to the majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified with our decision between 7 days of the decision. So we're hoping to get through all the decisions by March. If your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. If you are granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years. So if you don't agree with our decision, you can take the next steps in court, and instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter.
Okay, I appreciate that information.
Yeah, no, of course. Thank you so much. I got you before your 6 o'clock call, huh?
6:30, but yeah.
6:30. My apologies.
You better fix your watch.
I know. I'm falling behind here.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Take care.
All right, you too. Bye.
Bye. Hi, I'm so sorry. I am really behind. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And you can have these notes back.
Okay.
And let me grab the 6 o'clock stuff, and I'll be right down. Well, actually, you can. Yeah, I'll pick them up. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, do you want me to send them off?
Yeah, if you don't mind, Michael DiLorenzo. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then I'll tell your 6:15 that as soon as he comes down, they can come up.
Thank you. Hi, how's it going?
Good,
how
Mike
are you?
DiLorenzo. How are you?
Good, how are you? You can take a seat in one of the two spots.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry for the delay. I appreciate you being patient.
Yeah, that's okay. I understand.
A little wild.
Thank you for
Yeah.
having me come in. And
Yeah, of course. Happy to. We're all fellow Fairfield residents, and we're volunteers, so we're here for you guys.
that's great. You know what? I had a pen, and I don't have a pen. Do you have an extra pen? Thank you so much.
Yes, of course.
I even left the house without my glasses, so I just happen to have a spare one in the car.
Oh, I was going to say, you have your glasses.
No, not. Anything else? Just sign my name?
That's it.
Okay. I have COVID hair. I haven't cut my hair like in almost a year. It's embarrassing. I don't know. I think because I'm sure when you get a haircut, you got to have your mask off. And
you can keep it. You do keep it on, but you have to hold it.
Yeah.
It's really weird. I got both my vaccines. I work at Pfizer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so in the vaccine division. So I'm the vaccine rep for Fairfield in my day job.
So I went to my doctor today for my physical, and he's asking me why I didn't get my vaccine yet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's up to you. I can't really tell you the way.
No, it just seems like, all of a sudden it came out, and now all of a sudden there's it just seems like it was so quick.
Yeah.
To get a vaccine. It's almost like, how do you know what the effects are and stuff?
Most vaccines do take about 5 years. But what happens when you're doing a vaccine is, it's the funding. So you finish a phase, and then you have to wait to see if you get funding for the next phase, which will take a year or two, and then you have to go to the next phase. But there was so much money backed into this.
Really?
It's crazy. Yeah.
I mean, he was very, he said the same thing. He goes, I can't tell you what to do. He goes, but go do it. He says, in my profession, I've seen people in their 40s that have, severe effects from the virus and, a lot of complications. So.
Yeah. For sure.
Okay, I don't know where you want to start.
Yeah, so basically, this is being recorded on that line. For the record, I'm just going to say a few things. My name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today, and like I said, it's being recorded.
Okay.
To verify, your appeal number is 137, and the property address is 1736 North Benton Road?
Yes, sir.
And can you say your name for the record?
Michael DiLorenzo.
And you are the owner of this property?
I am the owner of the property.
Great, thanks. And the town has your property appraised at $489,900, and you're requesting that the town reduce your value to $413,250. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you can raise your right hand for me, do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give today concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. And you signed that for me, so this is just showing that you got sworn in. That you signed.
Okay.
So to start, here's your opportunity to present testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 is $413,250 and not what was assessed by the town. And so market value is what your home would have likely sold for on that date, so please be as succinct as possible.
Okay. If you go back to my last 2 comps on here, on Katona Drive, one sold, my glasses here. I got a comp here that sold for $430, and then the next house on Nutmeg Lane sold for $435.
So 158. Hey, is your comp number? Hold on, sorry.
Let me see.
So you're looking at 430 of 205 Katana.
Yeah, I'm looking at 205 Katona and 306 Nutmeg. So the highest comp at 435 that had more square footage. It had 2.5 baths. And my biggest argument is living on North Benson Road, and I've lived in the house for 38 years. It'll be 38 years, and I've lived in the town. I've lived in the same neighborhood since I've been born. So for 63 years, I've been in the same area.
Yeah.
And where I live, it's a racetrack. It's a very busy street. It's hard to get in and out of the driveway. Anyway, so what I did was I took the highest comp that I found. And I thought, in all fairness, that a 5% for living on a busy road was sufficient. Yeah. So that's how I came up with my value. Then also, what I'd like to present to you is, basically, my house is a cookie cutter house, and behind me on Pepperidge Circle, I brought other houses from Vision Appraisal.
Yeah.
That the appraisals are much lower, and just one in particular. Again, I'm going to go with the largest house. It is 1,972 square feet, and the new assessment on that is $335, and it comes out to $170 a square foot.
Which property address is that?
I'm going to give you this.
Oh, okay, perfect.
It's the last one on there.
Okay, got it.
And then the others, I realized that those are like around $309,312 assessed value. And again, my position is I'm on the main road. I do have a full basement. Those have Some of those have slabs. Some are only a bath and a half. So again, I just feel that my assessment it's very high for what my property is.
And going back to the comparable sales.
Yep.
What do you think out of the ones that you have listed is most comparable to yours? To your house and land.
I would say that. Well, see, you get 660 Stilson Road. It sold for $400,000. That was on 3/4 of an acre. That particular house, there was no. I don't believe that had a garage. And let's see, Robin Lane.
And you have the garage, right?
Yeah. You know, it's really between Katona and Nutmeg, as far as the sales.
Okay. And then we have Nutmeg at 435. 520. Okay.
And then, just again, the other one. This just sold. It was 2 doors down from me right on North Benson. It is a ranch. It does only have 1 bathroom. It does only have 2 bedrooms. However, it had more square footage than my house. And it has a 2-car garage versus I have a 1-car. They have a fireplace. I have a fireplace. And that sold for $328.
And what was the date on that?
The date of that sale was 5/18/20.
Okay. And that was what address?
That is 1772 North Benson Road.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
So even though it only has the 2 bedrooms, it has this more living space in it.
Right.
And you know, and it was 328, and I was in the house. It was a very clean house. It was you could move into it. It was a nice clean house. My house is a nice clean house. It's in good shape. It needs updating. It's clean. It's not.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like you go in and I have new cabinets and new bathrooms, but there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah. Okay. And I saw your comparable market analysis, I believe, in here somewhere, right?
Yeah, I have it in there. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Right. Yeah, because that's what you're saying about the busy road. Okay.
So again, and then you were asking me about the comparable, and then the other one was on the one that I gave you on. Let me see something here. The one at 213 Pepperidge Circle.
Okay.
Right. It's not a comparable. I'm going by the assessed value, and that's 1,972 square foot. It's a split level, pretty much identical to mine, except it does have a slab.
Yep.
And they put a big addition on the back in that 2-car garage because it slopes down.
Yep.
And that house is assessed at $335,730.
Okay.
So that's where I'm kind of taken back.
Okay.
It's a lot more house and basically the same house.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's about it.
Yeah, of course. You had some good compelling arguments today. So basically for next steps, I'm going to take your case and present it to the petition of the board at a deliberation session. I'll add these to the record.
Okay.
And so basically you'll be notified by mail with our decision within 7 days of our decision. Hopefully we're hoping to do all the decisions by the end of March.
Okay.
And so if your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. If you are granted a reduction, you can't do another appeal for the next 5 years.
Yes, that's fine.
Until the next reevaluation.
I understand. That's fine.
If you don't agree with our decision, you can take the decision in court, and instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your letter.
Right.
All right?
Okay.
Anything else?
All set.
It was a pleasure.
It was a pleasure meeting you, too, and thank you for your time. I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, no, of course.
Okay, have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Take care.
Thank
Stay
you.
healthy.
All right, you as well. Bye-bye.
Hi, how's it going? Good, how are you? Good, if you can take a seat. Sorry for the delay, and thank you so much for being patient.
Hi.
Hi.
Ronique, is that how you pronounce your name?
Ronique.
Ronique.
Yes, no worries. Everyone gets it wrong, it's fine. Thank you. I'm going to give you guys this. Of course. And this is being recorded, which is why the phone is there.
Okay.
So I know with our math, just try to be as clear as possible. I'm not the greatest at it.
Can you just briefly tell us how it's a question and answer thing, or I just have something prepared and it's less than 4 or 5 minutes, and I just want to read it, and it will probably encompass all your questions, and I thought that might be an efficient way to get through with it today.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you some information for the recorded line first before we get started,
okay.
And then I'll give you an opportunity to present your case, and then while I'm looking at your documents and listening to it, I may ask you questions, just so when I present to the board, I'll kind of have a better idea of, of what we're going for and make your case.
Okay.
So, welcome. My name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today. And like I said, it's being recorded. For the record, your appeal number is 56, and the property you are appealing is 1816 North Benson Road. And can you state your name for the record?
Mary Ellen Hart.
And you're the owner of this property?
Yes.
Great, thank you. The town has your property appraised at $333,200, and you're requesting that the fair market value should be $299,000. Is that correct? Great, thank you. So if you can just raise your right hand.
Actually, I did sign an affidavit to have my husband speak on my behalf.
Okay, and you're an attorney?
No. I'm just her husband.
Got it.
He does real estate stuff, so he's better at this.
Totally fine. I just need, it's just a swear to into the record. But so I would need your testimony just to swear you in.
Okay.
He can still speak on your behalf, so totally fine. But if you can raise your right hand, and do you solemnly swear that the information that you both shall give today concerning the assessment appeal shall be in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. And if you can sign that document there, saying that you were sworn in.
Ronique, do you need that that proxy that my wife signed over and got sealed?
I do have it here already.
Okay.
Yeah. So I do show that you are representing on her behalf. The only times we don't really require a swearing in is if there's an attorney. That's why I asked.
Okay.
So.
Here you go.
Thank you. And so here's your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 should be $299,000, not what the town assessed it at. And market value is what your home would have likely sold for on that date, so please be as succinct as possible.
I will. All right. I will be brief. 1816 North Benson Road was built by my wife's grandfather, Joseph Butkus, in 1932, 89 years ago. It has been a historical marker for the town of Fairfield for 3 generations.
Yeah.
It symbolizes everything that is great in Fairfield: history, community, resourcefulness. We would love to stay in our home if we could.
Yeah.
However, a $64,000 plus increase in land for the 2020 assessment may prevent that from happening. This increase in property tax would increase our monthly expenses we probably cannot afford. My wife is currently collecting unemployment, and I work part-time in retail. We reject the increase in land assessment for many reasons. Here are a few. 15,000 vehicles go by our home daily. That's more than 1,200 an hour during working hours, say 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. We pressure wash the black exhaust off our house once a year. Garbage, including beer cans, cigarette butts, condoms, are picked up weekly on our front yard. There is no sidewalk in front of our home. Pet walkers, joggers use our lawn daily. This is also troublesome and messy. Whenever it rains, our driveway and lawn are flooded with 2 to 4 inches of standing water. Drain basins cannot handle the overflow, which we have pictures of, flowing down North Benton and Margemere. Our garage and lawn takes a beating, both in damage and unsightliness. And we have that recent of within,
And I can add this to the record
right.
too, if you give me copies.
And then finally, we know, Ronique, this assessment is partly COVID-driven. Folks buying homes, sight unseen, many bidding over asking price. This can only drive the market higher. We're aware of that, and we know. Enclosed are 3 homes sold in 2020, which we have brought pictures and detail of, that are competitive in size and acreage. They all sold for less than our appraisal, not assessment, appraisal. All of these homes are within a 2-mile radius of ours, but do not suffer from excessive traffic. We hope the board reevaluates the increase in land assessment. Homes like 1816 North Benson Road are a treasure for this town. It represents everything the town of Fairfield should want: its history, its tradition, its community. If the new assessment remains, there's a great chance we will sell. Maybe that's what the town wants. I'm not sure. I hope not. Someone will knock down the house, build a generic mansion. Property taxes will certainly rise and be gained by the town, to be sure. However, the loss of community will never be replaced. That's it.
Thank you. So, Thank you.
I love my home.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. No, of course. I mean, that's it. Yeah. Yeah. And we're all volunteers. We're here for the people. Like, we're not professional appraisers, right? So we're here to hear your case and go from there. So there's a few things when I present. I need to make a compelling argument to the board as to why we should all vote in your favor, right? So
if you don't believe us, then it would be harder to fight that battle then, right?
Basically what I do is I provide information to the board, and then we all vote, right?
Right.
And so, just bear with me. Okay. And these are comparable homes, right, for sale?
Correct. Size and acreage. Square footage and acreage.
So, to paint a picture, so we have 158 Robin, and then we have 632 Jennings. Can you kind of give me some information as to how comparable we are they?
Both in square footage.
Okay.
And the lot size.
Age.
The age is not. the age of the home.
Right, because yours is older.
Right. The difference between those and ours is we live on a highway.
Yeah.
And that's what we really believe the main argument is. We live on a highway near the university.
Which attributes to the garbage and beer bottles and...
No, it's crazy there.
I know. It's
so unbelievable.
I think the stop sign, does it say empty your garbage here?
No. Right.
Every day.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with your home. It's and so I live on Bronson, on the lower end of Bronson. I picked up one of those smaller houses.
Nice.
So I'm kind of new to Fairfield, but it's such a crazy spot, that area.
Yeah, there is no privacy for us in the sense of, you can hear a tractor trailer go down that road. You can hear a motorcycle, and we have a patio in the back, but we kind of we're used to it, but it's certainly not. That's our main thrust, is that it isn't bucolic in any chance.
Yeah.
So it's loud and
but it's historic, and it's my grandparents' house, so
yeah.
I don't want to leave.
Only a Butkus has lived there.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Only a family member has always owned it, and I think that's great.
Yeah.
Of which there are 2 that live there.
3 generations.
Well, I guess 3, granddaddy too. Sorry.
No, you're fine. One of the things they look for, is comparable sales. So for these 2 comparable sales, do you know the date on these? I can look it up.
I don't know what month it was, but they was in 2020, all of them.
Yeah.
Okay. So
when we made our first
appeal over the phone.
Yeah.
Oh, so you also had an informal hearing. I did actually see that. I just need to know if the date would be 20. And then 4158. That was 920.
That's North Benson. I'm sorry.
It's a still from a video that we took just to see the water that pours down Marchmere and misses the drains, comes down Reed and right down into our driveway. Really, 4 inches.
Yeah, that first one that you showed with the car, the blue, that shows the amount of water. You can see the tire, but that's our front of our
garage door.
Right, and then the second one is the Reed Street side of our home. North Benson would run perpendicular to that, so that it feeds down that way, and access to our home at one time, 60 years ago, was North Benson. It's now on the side for safety reasons. Why? But that road is almost humped, and we even got that little sleeve of a driveway put in just to try to prevent. You can see a little bit of the water staying outside.
Yeah.
But you can see it
come down. Or they can come over anytime it rains. They're welcome to wear their galoshes.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, but the garage gets flooded, so that's a bummer. It's rotting the wood.
And the lawn takes a beating. It almost looks like
it takes all the debris down the road, and so then we have to rake up the lawn after that.
Yeah, the neighborhood adjustment is telling you that.
Right. They built 2 large homes across the street from us, but nothing has changed on our property.
So let me kind of go over next steps with you guys. Well, so hold on. Okay. And the comparable houses aren't in a situation like yours where it's not on like so busy and it's also not next to the highway.
Right.
Okay. Next steps. So what I do is I present to the board at a deliberation set hearing, and so we all vote on it collectively. You'll be notified with our decisions between 7 days of the decision. We're hoping to get all the decisions made in March. If it's denied, you can come back in next year. If it's granted reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years.
Right.
So if you don't agree with our decision, you can take the next steps and appeal your decision in court, and how to appeal in court will be in the decision letter. So that's why it's close. It's important for me when we're looking at your evaluation to be close to your number, right? It's hard for us to make up a number for you guys because then a lot of those cases get denied because we can't exactly make up a number. So it's almost doing you a disservice by coming back in 5 years. So the requested value you have here is
we thought it was good faith on our part, that we know that it was 5 years ago that the last evaluation happened. But in fairness, it's not the improvement on the land, it's the land itself that was so escalated.
Right. Yeah.
And we don't feel that the land has changed in any way, shape, or form except from some evaluation or overgeneralization of home sales in Fairfield around our area.
If anything, we're losing soil.
Yeah. Okay.
So can you just repeat that again to me? If you present our case to the board goes denied. You let us know that it's denied, and we're going to stay at the original 330, whatever.
Appeal.
We can appeal that
Next year.
next year, not this year.
Not this year.
Okay.
And so
what if the board says, yes, we agree with you, these people have some hardship on their property?
Then you can't reevaluate until the next 5 years.
5 years, okay.
You're going off of assessed value. I need to go off of market. So the $299 is what you're requesting. That's assessed value.
Correct.
So we just need to calculate market value on it because that'll make a difference. So
it's 70%, right?
Yeah. An ad came up these iPads, I swear. Let me just see my phone.
Okay. What do you come up with for market value?
So I had to recalculate it because it's not right. So basically, $299 times 70%, but it's not.
No,
it's going above market. So what is it? $299.
$299 times 1.7. 1.3.
I did that. I didn't come out.
I think I can do it.
500. Yeah, it's still coming up above the town value because the town value is 476. Am I wrong in that?
No. I do paper.
I got 388.7
388.7
for market value.
Okay. I sell vaccines. I'm not in finance.
I just did 1.3.
1.3 because we're not 1.7, right? Because you're doing 70%.
All right, I want that on the record.
Thank you. I work at Pfizer. I'm in vaccines. I represent Fairfield County.
I know a lot of people that work in Pfizer in New London.
Oh, really?
We worked at the East Lyme Costco there.
Oh, really?
Exit 74.
Yeah.
I met so many people.
Yeah.
They're the nicest people in the world there.
Yeah.
So great.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of report to headquarters, but I went for my vaccines there. But I represent all of Fairfield County, so I just visit all the doctors in the area.
Good for you. What a great job.
Yeah, I love it.
So, what do you feel? What do you think? How you will present our case? Will you?
It's on a recorded line.
Okay.
So I can't go too much into it.
Okay.
But you guys gave some really good, compelling information. The condition of the home is really important, right? And so I'll present the board, and we can kind of go from there. I mean...
Well, we try to keep it up as best we can, and it looks nice in the corner, but, it's old. It's ancient.
Yeah, I know, of course. So I really do, appreciate it. Yeah, of course. Thank you both so much for coming in, of course.
Safe travels.
You too. Thank you. Good luck with everything. Of course.
So we'll hear in 7 to 10 days.
After the decision. So whenever we deliberate, then it could be, right, it could be
in April.
Yeah.
They're going to try to make all the decisions in March, and then 7 days after that, we'll know.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thanks, Gail.
Of course. You guys take care.
Bye.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Yeah, you can sit in any of the 2 seats.
All right.
If you don't mind.
I'm going to stand if it's all right.
That's totally fine.
I'm going to open this up so we can do this together.
Yeah.
So that's all right?
Yeah, sure thing. And it is being recorded on the phone, so whenever we're speaking, it just be as clear as possible.
Science will win. I hope so.
Yeah. I work at Pfizer.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Congrats, bro. That's awesome. What do you do?
I represent vaccines in Fairfield County.
What do you do for a living?
Yep. So we're all volunteers in town, and so we're here for you guys. But yeah, I represent all vaccines at Pfizer, so I got both my doses.
Yeah, but what do you do for your day job there?
I'm a sales rep for the vaccines in the county.
Oh, that's...
Yeah.
So here's this. This is, you need this.
Thank you.
Because that's my mom.
Perfect.
I'm doing both.
Okay.
1638 North Benton Road and 1654.
Okay, perfect.
North Benton Road.
We'll start with 1638, if that's okay? Or do I start the other one?
In fact, I'd like to walk you through all this, if we could.
Yeah.
Maybe we can just do them together.
Okay.
I'll let you drive the train, but I need to...
Yeah, for sure. So for the recorded line, I do kind of have to go by one, but we can do some crossover.
Okay. So with regards to 1638 North Benton Road.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me just kind of go through a couple things for the line. So my name's Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. Yep. I'm here to hear your appeal today, and it's being recorded.
Yep.
For the recorded line, we have appeal number 605. The property you are appealing is 1638 North Benton Road.
Yes, sir.
Can you state your name for the record?
Mark Papini.
And so I do have a signed affidavit from Carol Papini, allowing Mark Papini to represent on her behalf.
That is my mother.
And yes, and so we have the son representing. And the town has the property appraised at $625,800, and you're requesting that the town reduce your appraised value to $525,000. Is that correct?
At a minimum.
Okay. And if you can just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give is concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? To help you God.
Yes.
Great, thank you. If you can sign that document there, saying that you were sworn in.
Okay.
Great, thanks. So here's your opportunity to present testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 should be $525,000 and not what the value assigned it as.
Yes.
Market value is what your home would have likely sold for on that date, so please be as distinct as possible.
Sure. So the real challenge here, and I'm going to lay this out for you, okay? And now, if maybe you could explain to me, you hear the appeal, you take the data, and then you present the data to the other members.
Exactly.
Okay. So I just want to be clear. Okay.
Yeah.
So here's the situation, okay? 1638 North Benton Road, they are assessing the land. That is our major concern.
Right.
They are assessing the land at $409,000.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
Which equals about $43.39 a square foot.
Yep.
Okay? Now, if you look at other properties, now, just for the record, we own all this. We own these other lots.
Okay.
Okay, and I've appealed these also to the Board of Assessment Appeals.
Okay.
Because they're valuing these lots extremely high.
Okay.
Above market value, so high that, in fact, when the town's value of the land, when I add the building costs, it's above the fair market value of what I can get for a new house.
Right.
So logically, it makes absolutely no economic sense. So with regards to my mother's property, and, she's a senior citizen, she's been here since 1968, she's on limited income, all that aside, the point is they're assessing the land at $409,000.
Mm-hmm.
Similar land, even in our lots, right, which we're appealing, are significantly lower. So, for example, all our lots, okay, of similar size, they're assessing in the $300,000 range.
which I believe is going to go down based on my arguments that we presented last week to the Board of Assessment Appeals, number one. Number two, if you look at other properties, like properties, so for example, if you look at 1668 North Benson, which is right here, which is 2 houses down from my mother's, that land is being assessed at $14.70 a square foot. Now, it's...
And what's that address?
1668. Okay? Now, it's a bigger piece of land. It's 41,000 square feet versus my mom's, which is, 10,000 square feet. But irrespective, my mom is at $43 a square foot, and this property is at $14.70 a square foot. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. That's two houses down. 3 houses down. This is a very significant fact. 1700 North Benson Road.
Yep.
That land is assessed at that land is assessed at $463,000. I'm going to give you these.
Okay, perfect. Tabs. Yeah.
That's 20,473 square feet. Long story short, that equals $22.61 a square foot. That is a very light property. That's double. It's 20,000 square feet. Similar house actually, but that's literally 1, 2, 3 houses down, and the land value is $22.61, and my mom's at $43.39. I see no reason. I don't think anything, and nothing supports it. If you look at this house, also 1590 North Benson Road, which is 2 houses down.
Yep.
Okay, at 1590 North Benson Road. That is very similar. That is 14,000 square feet, not too much bigger than my mom's, and they're assessing that square footage of the land of $32.53.
Right.
Yet my mom is paying $43.39 per square foot for the land. Okay, it doesn't make sense. Now, I mentioned to you all these lots. Even the lots, this is even by the town's own. This is just raw land. It doesn't work. It doesn't support their argument either, because even by the land, so for example, this one here, lot 35, which I believe I would argue is going to go down. They assessed it for $333,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, my mom's land is at $409. How is that possible?
Right.
So, and so that's the argument for 1638 North Benson Road. There are like properties for land.
Right.
Literally, the properties abutting the subdivision.
Were they all made from the same constructor or a contractor? I mean.
Me.
Yeah. Okay.
We developed the road. My mom and dad owned this house, 1968. They moved here, right?
Yeah.
My brother and I bought this property and this property, and we combined the properties. We built a road. It's a town road now. We gave it to the town now because that's part of the deal.
Yeah.
And my brother and I are building these properties out.
Okay.
So anyway, long story short, that's where we are with 1638. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 properties in and around that are lower land value per square foot in comparison to my mom's, and my mom's is very similar property. The big one is this one at $14 a square, $14.70.
Yeah, 1700. Yeah.
I mean, 1700 North Benson is 1700 North Benson is $22.61.
Yep.
And 1668 is $14.70.
Okay.
Okay, so that's my argument.
Okay, so let me pull up the next property here too.
You're going to hear the same thing.
Yeah. No. Okay. So, hang on. So you have, which property is this now?
1654 North Benson.
54. Right.
1654. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So similar. Okay. So basically, same thing. Square footage.
Yeah. I mean, this is the 1654 North Benson is the house right next to my mom's.
Okay.
So and it's they're charging, that land is assessed at $407,000, right?
Which one's 1654? That one. Okay.
Yep. Right next to my mom's. So
Okay.
This is my mom's 1638. You can take a photo of this.
Yeah, I'll add it to the record. Actually, I'll figure out a way.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take a photo. You want to take a photo and send it, or?
Yeah, I might do that, but
Whatever you want to do.
if you're okay with giving us this, I'll add the whole thing to the record.
Yeah, you can take it. I mean, this is my original. You know, this is a.
Oh, it's original.
It's
so
original.
I'll take a copy. I'll take a photo and add it.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. I don't care. Don't matter.
Yeah.
But anyway, long story short is 1654 North Benson is assessed at $407,000 for the land, which is $40.71 a square foot. So for some crazy reason, it's like my mom's property and 1654 North Benson are in the $40 a square foot range.
Mm-hmm.
Yet the house at 1590, the house at 1668, the house at 1700 North Benson are all range from 1470 to 2261 to 3253.
Okay.
How is that possible?
Right.
And these numbers, they're lower than both of these numbers.
Right.
For the overall land.
Okay. Okay.
So anyway, I know you're busy.
No, you're fine. I have all the notes from the other house, so that's easy enough for me to compare the two. I'm going to take a photo of that
Yes,
so I
please.
can add it to the record just to make it easier.
Yeah. Let me just lay it out. This is 1700. This is 1668.
Yeah. So this is my personal iPad, so I'll just be able to.
Oh, you can print it at work.
Yeah. No, I'll do it here. But
Okay. Yeah, but you want me to hold it up and you take it?
I think I got it. Let's
Take a
see.
look. Okay. Could you zoom in on that? You can see it. Oh, you can read it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I can.
Well, you're the one who's going to present it. So
Yeah,
it's up to-
exactly.
I can't.
Yeah, but I also scan it in so everyone else can see it.
Yeah, but they can't zoom when they scan.
They should be able to on the documents, but yeah, I'm presenting.
Well, just take these. I don't need these. Take all these. I don't need these.
Okay.
You have a blank?
Yeah.
Just put them on the inside of the.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for Pfizer's amazing work, man.
I know. I love what I do for work, so it's definitely been a lot.
What did you do before the vaccine?
I used to be a financial advisor.
With?
Schwab.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So, but doing vaccines, it's actually really incredible. Or selling them, I should say. But
you just name your price, right?
Well, I actually, with vaccines, it's a little bit different than the pill side. The pill side, you kind of
name your price.
Sort of, yeah. Vaccines, it's a one and done, right?
Right.
So for the most part, medication you give every month, right?
Right.
So,
of course.
It's a little different. Okay. I'm going to add all of these to the record. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, I think that's good. I mean,
So,
I don't know what else to say. We just, we respectfully request that it be reduced at a minimum of $100,000 to be in line with similar properties.
If you can sign that for me.
And that's, and I don't think that should be that hard. I don't think that is that difficult to see.
Yeah.
That, I mean, especially, we have to live with this for 5 years.
Yeah.
So it's a big deal. It's, over 5 years, it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
I mean, if there was no argument, I wouldn't be here. But these are very clear. I didn't even start spreading out further because I didn't need to. It's like
it's right there, right.
The ones that are like
same builder with you. I mean, I get it.
It's it's kind of crazy. So anyway, I mean, I
you're fine.
So people make mistakes, and that's it. Move on.
So I'll go over next steps with you.
Yes,
so,
please.
Basically what happens is I present your case at a deliberation hearing for the board to hear.
Okay.
We all vote on it. You'll hear within 5 days of the actual decision.
Okay.
So we're trying to do all the decisions by the end of March. If your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. if your appeal is granted a reduction, you can't evaluate that until the next 5 years.
Oh, okay.
So if it does get reduced, you can't reappeal for the next 5.
But there's also what's the legal proceedings? What's that about?
So if you don't agree with the board's decision, you can appeal to your case in court, and then instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter.
But if they do a reduction, chances are, we're not, it's over. We say, okay, great, we move on.
Right.
If we get 0, then that's the question of go to court or
next year.
Or wait for next year.
Right.
And got to look at it. It's just then at that point it's a business decision, right?
Yeah.
How much money am I going to save in 1 year versus how much money I'm going to pay in legal fees? And it's just a business decision.
Yeah.
But hopefully you got,
Yeah, you had some compelling arguments. So what I'll do is I'll present them.
I've done this before, and you look at it, and I have friends that say, well, what do you think? And I'm like, dude, you're not going to win. How you going to? You don't have data.
Yeah.
You're not. Yes, it went up, but you're not paying. Like if you just look around, you guys all are paying about the same.
Yeah.
And you all have about the same size house, and you all have about the same size land. So how is that? You're not going to make. I don't know how you have to have an argument.
Right.
This is. Very rarely in my life do I get personally. Do I get
comparable like that?
Well, I don't think I get that lucky in my life sometimes. Where in this, if you guys see it differently, I don't know how, but very rarely in my life do I get that lucky where it's like right here. I got property right there that's whatever, $14 a square foot. The other one's 22.
Yeah.
The other one's 32, and mine's 43.
Yeah.
There's nothing you could say to justify either they're too low or I'm too high. I don't know, but there's no way they can justify keeping mine there and having why is the guy next door paying half?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not right. Anyway,
no, of course, I'll present it to the board and you'll hear from us.
Well, listen, on a side note, thank you guys for everything you guys are doing, especially with COVID. And I know this year was crazy with the beach properties. And
I know. At the beach.
I see those emails going back every single day. And but the fact that you're here every day and, you are putting your life, you are putting yourself at risk, being in these rooms and, so it's, anyway, thank you.
No, of course. Thank you.
For what you guys do. All right, I appreciate it.
Of course. You take care.
Be safe.
You too. Thank you.
Get those vaccines out.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. Oh, perfect. How's it going? How are you? Good. We're going to go right here. Thank you. So sorry for the delay. One of these two is fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, that's not a problem.
All right. Perfect. Thank you. Just a little behind today.
That's not a problem at all.
I appreciate your patience. So welcome. My name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. This is being recorded, which is why this phone is here.
Okay.
And so I'm going to hear your appeal today. Yeah. For the line, I'm just going to verify. We have your appeal number is 379. The property you are appealing is located at 1590 North Benson Road.
Correct.
And your name for the record?
Jack Burridge.
And you are the owner of this property?
Correct.
Great, thank you. The town has your property appraised at $746,700, and you're requesting that the town reduce your value to $721. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if you can just raise your right hand for me, do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal in question is the whole truth, nothing, the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Correct.
Thank you. If you can sign that document right
Absolutely.
now. Thank you. Yeah, that was just a signature.
Okay.
Perfect. So here's your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 should be $721,000 and not the value assigned by the town.
Yep.
Market value is what your home would have likely sold for on that date, so please be as succinct as possible.
Yep.
And, yep, go ahead.
Yeah, so we purchased our home at 609, which we know was under market value at the time. We knew that.
Yeah.
We did close. It was definitely under. So we were very happy with that.
When did you purchase it?
2019.
What was the date?
Oh.
No, month at least.
July, I think we closed.
And what was the sale price?
609.
Okay, got it. Go ahead, sorry.
So we knew that going into that we were slightly under the market value at the time. Obviously, we understand that the market value going up where it is right now. The first call that I made was to get the house assessed.
Yeah.
So we had an appraiser come in and do a full appraisal on the property. We pointed out, obviously, all of the things that when we purchased the house were things that we had pointed out when purchasing, which is why we offered what we did.
Yeah.
Mainly the extremely dated mechanicals, which are provided in that document. The extremely dated mechanicals and the way the house has essentially been built over the years. The house is listed as a central air, etc., but that is only true for essentially half of the house because the other half is forced units. And the garage area / mudroom bathroom have no insulation in those and no air conditioning in that area as well.
What was the one? The garage?
The garage, there's a bathroom on that side, one of the bathrooms, and there's like a little mudroom entrance between the garage and the living room. So those are not insulated, which again I pointed out in the appraisal. The roof is within need of replacement within the next 2 years. That was also part of our kind of price negotiations when we were going through that. So the whole roof has to be replaced, which is obviously not something that I'm looking forward to. And there are some repairs that need to be made to the outside of the property too, in that kind of roof area. There's some boards that rotted out and things like that as well. So that's pretty much where we wanted to draw your attention to. And then I know that the one picture in particular that the appraiser told me to draw attention was the basement area, because there is a section of the basement that is quote unquote a livable space, but you'll see very clearly from the picture too that the mechanicals are directly in that room. It's not a separated living space. It's one open area.
Yeah. Part
of that area has a carpet down, so that's essentially the livable space that's in that basement area. So I am no real estate expert, which is why I obviously got the appraisal done.
Yeah.
And the appraiser was, very upfront when she came into the house about, what she would have expected looking at the outside of the house versus what she found when she came inside the house.
I see the appraisal here.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, do you have other things?
No. That's basically the main part. She did a great job, having read through it. She did a great job of really explaining how a house kind of flows and what it is, for what it is.
Yeah. On the appraisal, so there's a comparable sales. You have 65 Elderberry, 63 Centerbrook, 2107 North Benton, 1590, 1858, 2062.
Yeah.
not 1590, obviously that's yours. Which do you think is like the most comparable to your home?
So the 2062, and again, excuse me, I have to take another look because I have looked at these over a bunch of times. I just want to put attention to it. But I think the 2062 was the one that was recently purchased in the area. I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was like maybe November time, something like that. But yeah, again, just looking at that house, very similar, except they had a lot of kind of updates in there with the bathrooms and things like that too, just looking at the listings. And their actual area in the back of the usage of the space and stuff like that too. That was the one that was kind of between that one and the 1858. Those were the two that were, I feel, very close to looking at our property, and especially on the inside and stuff too, that those exemplified that a little bit better than the other ones. But I would definitely take a look at those ones for attention of that.
Okay. 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 Let me just go through the appraisal really quick. Okay. Anything else you'd like to add to the record?
No, not at all.
Yeah, you have the appraisal.
Yeah, the appraisal, again, it speaks for itself. I obviously wanted to do that because it's a professional opinion rather than my own.
Yeah, no, of course. So here, I'll go over next steps with you. So I'm going to be presenting a petition to the majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail with the board's decision within 7 days of the decision.
Okay.
All decisions will be made in March, hopefully.
Okay. Yeah.
If your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. If you are granted reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years.
Got it.
If you don't agree with our decision, you can take the next steps and appeal your decision in court, and the instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter.
Cool.
All right?
That sounds great.
All right, anything else?
Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no, of course.
This is all like brand new to me. It's first time homeowner. I had no idea how this is. I'm from the UK originally, so
oh yeah.
This is way different than anything that I've ever.
It's so different.
So yeah, it's funny. Whenever this calls up, I call either our agents, and I'm kind of like, what happens to this? Because they live in Fairfield too.
Yeah.
And she's like explains the whole thing and stuff. I was like, okay, I guess I'll do that. So this is all a learning experience. So thank you for your time. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, no, of course. I kind of know what you mean. I mean, I bought my house 2 years ago in Fairfield, and I did the same thing you're doing.
Right.
And I was like, what is this?
Yeah, I had no idea. So, all right, Ronique, well, thank you so much for your time.
Of course.
Have a lovely evening, okay?
You too. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, but it's fine. There's a lot of But that's okay. We're all volunteers, so we're here to help you guys. So we're all fellow residents of Fairfield. And,
much appreciated.
you guys can sit right there if you guys don't mind. Perfect. And just so you guys are aware, this is being recorded, which is why the phone's there.
Okay, great.
Perfect. So welcome. My name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today. Okay. And like I said, it's being recorded, so because of our masters, try to be clear. I'm not great at that, but to state a few things for the record, I have your appeal number as 486, and you are appealing 2062 North Benson Road. And can you both state your names for the record?
Christina Vios.
Matthew Sapienza.
And you guys are both the owners of this property?
Yes.
Correct.
And so the town has your property appraised at $727,000, and you're requesting that the town reduce your appraised value to $648,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So if one of you can raise your right hand, just for swearing in. So do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning your appeal and question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Great, thank you. If you can just sign that document right there.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Thank you. So here's your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 should be $648,000 and not what the value of the town's estate appraised at. Market value is what your home would have likely sold on October 1, 2020, so please be as succinct as possible.
Of course.
Thank you.
I will start with our argument. So we believe our tax assessment is inaccurate.
Okay.
There have been no improvements made to the home since the 1990s, according to the building department.
Okay.
And the extreme market conditions are definitely something to keep in mind, as well as some comparables that we've provided to you all.
Okay.
The first set of documents you will find is regarding our property, including the property card.
Yep.
There's also some information on the Aspetuck Land Trust. So our home is located on North Benson Road, which is a state highway, Route 135. There's a double yellow line, and there actually is a stoplight within 100 feet of our home. In addition to that, our property is on a downward sloping. It's on a roughly 100 to 110 degree angle downward for an average person due to the pitch of the slope. It's difficult to walk up it. It's difficult to walk down it. My mother has a cane, and she needs somebody in front of her and somebody to the side of her in order to walk down our property. Okay. So it's less than ideal, even though it's 0.28 acres, and less than a third of the property is actually level. So it's definitely a sloping lot.
Less than a third. Okay.
Yeah. If you look at the additional information, the property is also part of the Aspetuck Land Trust, as I mentioned.
I'm a member.
There is an easement on our property, so it is definitely limited in what we cannot build on, what we can plant, or how we can use that property. So something to consider when our property is that the easement prevents us from doing a decent, like using the land as your average person would.
Yeah, hang on. I'm just going to look at your field card really quick on that one, just to make sure that was... Here, okay, got it. How large is the easement?
I don't this number.
I don't know the exact amount, but it's definitely like indicated.
Probably the last fifth. That's
closest to the pond. There's probably.
Is it marsh or no?
No.
No, I don't think so.
No. Okay.
No, it's not marsh at all. It's just our entire our neighborhood, like where our neighbors even are, all of us have various easements on our property that we're unable to build on, use, just because we want to keep it natural for the wildlife and everything.
Right. Yeah, the land trust, right. Okay. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
So we do have a couple of comps there. 2032 North Benson Road is the house right to the right of us. It's sold in March of 2019. It has the same amount of rooms as ours. It has significantly less sloping land. It is comparable in most ways. Our property is slightly newer, but that's nothing too significant. 141 Deepwood Road is a superior property. It has 5 bedrooms, 1.5 acres, 10 rooms instead of our 8, central air, and it has both a level and sloping lot. It sold in August of 2020 for $660,000.
Hang on.
25, there's...
Yeah, hang on. Sorry. I just want to make sure I'm driving.
Yeah, no.
Driving, not driving.
Appreciate it.
No worries.
Okay, so going back really quick. So 2032 sold for $526. 5 on 319. 141 Deepwood.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have that one, and that one's more superior.
Yeah.
How many bedrooms? You said the bedrooms was the big difference.
5 bedrooms instead of 4. The acreage, like the amount of property, so it's 1.5 acres instead of our 0.28. 10 rooms instead of our 8. Everything, and central air. We don't have air conditioning.
Okay. Okay, and then that's over 660. That's 820. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No problem. 25 Elderberry Lane is also superior than ours. The location of the property is a cul-de-sac as opposed to ours being a state highway. It also has 2 more rooms than our house, similar to the last property, so 10 rooms instead of the 8. And it sold in October of 2020 for $579,500.
And that was October 20th.
Yeah. 62 Elderberry, so there are a couple on Elderberry Lane.
Yeah.
Also superior given its location. It also has central air to it, where ours does not have central air. It sold in August of 2020. The appraisal for the property was $601,000. It didn't say how much it sold for, so I unfortunately cannot provide you that information.
No, yeah, I can probably find it.
Oh, there you go.
It looks like it might have been like a transfer with a family, maybe.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe.
Okay, so you're mostly relying on the town's appraisal for that one versus sale.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because the sale price isn't really indicative of anything since it was a interfamily or something.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. I see what you're saying. So 62 Elderberry really would be, okay. And the assessed value, we have it. I'm sorry, 601.
And the last property, 65 Elderberry, sold in May of 2020 for $680K. It is superior in the same items listed in the prior ones, with it being a cul-de-sac. It has the same amount of rooms as our house. However, it does have partial AC as well as a generator, which are plus ones that we don't have for our property.
Okay, and that's over 680. And 57. Okay.
So due to the extreme market conditions, given the pandemic and everybody fleeing from other parts of the area. We believe the price we paid for the home wasn't fair market value at all. We had to basically less than 24 hours to make an offer, counter, and just basically almost buy this home.
When did you purchase it?
In November. So
for $715.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is still lower so even under those extreme market conditions, still lower than
the asking price.
Or the assessed value.
Or the assessed value.
Or appraised value.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add to the record?
I think that's everything.
Covered it.
Well, actually, I have a question. So
yeah.
So I'm just thinking, when I present. So you guys bought it in November 20 for $715. Mm-hmm. They're gonna ask, do you think you guys overpaid?
Yes.
Okay, and so what are some of the reasons why?
I mean, we were kind of in a really tight timeline.
Yep.
So the market conditions, and also I think it's overpaid by. So the extreme market conditions are obviously. I don't think they're going to say that it could have went for probably more than we paid. And then if you look at kind of the comparables, you could see what the average price for homes on that level or more superior were to it. They were all around the 600, 650 range, and that probably we feel because of the conditions of the slope and the easement and the state highway that seems like
it's not the most desirable piece of property.
Yeah.
In comparison, but due to that timeline. I think people were buying houses without even inspecting them, which I don't think will probably be the same even in September of this year or November of this year if things are progressing the way that they are and opening back up. I imagine. Maybe people go back to the cities a little bit.
Okay. So for next step. Basically what happens is I present to the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote, and then we all vote, and our decisions are sent out 5 days. You'll receive your decision 5 days after we make our decision. We're hoping to make all our decisions by the end of March.
Okay.
The thing is, so if we deny your appeal, you can reassess it next year. If we grant it in part or in full, you can't reevaluate in 5 years.
Okay.
So that's where do we do 715? Do we do 648? Or do we deny it and then you reappeal? That's where it's like.
So you're saying if you make a change,
you can't reappeal for the next 5 years. So the next evaluation.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, that will.
So the next evaluation period
will be 5 years.
Will be 5 years. So we cannot at that point come back here.
You can't until 5 years.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I think if the board thought there was some room, even if we didn't get the full what we think the house is worth, I think that would still be worth it. Otherwise, we're just going to be doing the process again next year anyway. So to the extent that there even was some middle ground, we would be appreciative. So, but thank you for explaining that.
Yeah, no, of course. I appreciate it. Because sometimes we do disservice by lowering it, and then they can't deal again.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to present your case to the board. I mean, you have some really compelling arguments. So if you guys don't agree with our decision, you could always appeal in court, and instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your assessment letter or decision letter.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much for your time.
Of course.
And your service. That's an amazing thing, you guys. That you take such time out of your day to hear everybody's appeals.
Yeah, we're all fellow residents of the town, so I mean, I did the same thing you guys were doing 2 years ago. So
wow.
I get it.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
I don't know. My day job, I work at Pfizer. I handle the vaccines for Fairfield County.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
You'll be a good person. No, she
I just got the Moderna
teacher.
vaccine because I'm a teacher, so it was.
Oh, congratulations!
Thank you.
She's doing mostly good. My father got the Pfizer.
Yeah.
Because he went down to Yale, and she had a few more reactions.
I got COVID arm.
A few more reactions than my dad did with the Moderna.
Yeah.
So we're Team Pfizer lately. I'm not eligible for a little bit now, but I'm leading. After she got the the little rash, I said I'm going to Yale.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get it as quickly as possible.
Yeah, no, and you don't really have a choice, right?
No. I mean they like opened it up to us, and then like literally every time I would sign up for one, like because I knew like the location where Pfizer was.
Yeah.
I was signing up for that one. And they're like, your appointment has been taken. Try somewhere else. Try somewhere else. Try somewhere else. And I was like, all right, like just give me anything.
Just anything at that point. I know. I hear you. Luckily, since I work for the company, I actually got my second dose this morning.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I had to go to headquarters in New York City for it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
And so it was just so weird. I'm like, I feel like I'm drinking straight from the juice.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well,
wow.
I'm glad you were able to get vaccinated, though.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I don't work for the Fairfield district. I work for a different district, but it's great to just be able to be back in school.
It is one step closer to normalcy and sanity.
Sure.
Exactly. 150%. I feel the same exact way. All of us like just breathe a sigh of relief because we're like one step closer. Like after like April 2nd, I'll be.
Yeah, exactly. I hear you.
Well, it was lovely speaking with you.
Likewise.
Thank you so much.
Thanks again for everything. Appreciate it.
Welcome to town. You guys take care. Stay healthy.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. So you're on the board of the Aspetuck Land Trust, you said.
No, I'm just a member there.
You're a member. Okay.
I fixed up my house 2 years ago, and they visited my house, and they're like, "Thank you so much for fixing up this house," like because it was in such like good bad quality for years. And I was like, "No, it's my house. I need to fix it up."
Yeah. No, exactly.
And so they gave me a certificate, and I was like, "I'll join."
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
No, that's awesome. So yeah.
That's what we'll have to consider in the next few years.
Yeah, for sure.
Great.
All right, take care.
Bye-bye.
Hello.
Hi.
How did you do I have no idea. I would not think for a second I was going to get caught up, but I did. I would feel that. I'm not for 8 minutes. Will I be here? Logan. Okay. Well, let's see what in and out. And it was all pretty back to back today. I didn't see a break. Well, yeah. Oh, wow. I think I didn't hear that. Yeah.
And a pen, if you don't mind.
Yeah. And I'm gonna need one of the testimonies too. Oh my god, one guy died today. That was terrible. It was so sad. He was like, his wife is unemployed and he's working part-time in retail, and his third generation passed down in the house, and it was just awful.
Oh my god.
And they're like, if we don't get anything fixed on our taxes, we're gonna sell.
Right.
It's
really some of these really are. They break your heart.
Oh my god.
But if it's the correct value, it's the correct value. There's nothing you can do.
Oh yeah, I think this one will get pushed. Yeah, they had it.
Good.
So, working on it.
Let me get the file for you.
Okay. I'll bring them up.
It's just for her.
Her?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
Oh.
Oh, very nice. We're going to go right in here.
Okay.
And you can sit in one of the two spots.
Okay.
Like
here? Okay.
Perfect.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
You're one of the, you were double booked on the other appellant, so I'm taking over your case.
Oh, what do you mean?
The other board member, board member.
Yeah.
They had two cases at 8.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So I'm just kind of filling in for that one.
Okay.
So let me just see here.
Oh, I haven't seen some of these people in a while.
Isn't it crazy? I know. In a while.
Brings back a lot of bad memories. Some of them. Oh my gosh. Oh, there's always some scandal.
I know.
You know?
I know. And your name is Barbara, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Oh gosh. Okay.
And
So there's my stuff. Okay.
I'll be right back. I just need to grab one more paper for you.
Okay.
Thank you. How are you doing tonight? I'm good, thanks. How are you? Good. I'm just feeling good. Oh, please do. Thank you. I'm going to give you this.
Okay.
So first off, welcome. My
Hi.
name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 Board of Assessment appeal members.
Okay.
I'm going to hear your appeal today.
Okay.
And you're being recorded on that line.
Oh Why'd you tell me that?
I know, I kind of have to. So, I mean, we're wearing masks, so just try to be as clear as possible. I'm not the greatest at that.
Okay.
But anyway, just for the record, your appeal number is 612. Your address is 472 Old Mill Road. And can you state your name for the record?
Barbara Lane.
Great, thanks. And you're the owner of this property?
Yes.
Great, thank you. The town has your property appraised at $1,121,600, and you're requesting the town reduce your appraised value to $800,000. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, yes.
Okay, and if you can just raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning your assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. So here's your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 to be $800,000. Market value is what your home would have likely sold for on that date, so please be as distinct as possible.
Okay. Well, I just bought the house in July of 2020 for $600,000, and I know that So I've talked to the executor of the estate and stuff, and the realtors that they were, thinking of getting and putting it on all came in the sevens.
Okay.
They all came in the sevens because it's a very old property that hasn't had any renovation whatsoever.
So the offers came in at 7, but
no, when they what do you do, market analysis or whatever, they felt that it should go on in the sevens.
Okay.
And then also the executor told me that because the owner died, and then he was contacted by a builder who wanted to look at it and for the property, and just said forget it. Like it's even though there's land, it's a very hard property to build. There's only a little access bridge, a little wooden bridge. It's really an island, that area there. There's no way in but over that little bridge, which is a shared access. There's nowhere to put a road. There's nowhere, you have to cross that water, but there's nowhere to do it because of the other little streets. And most of the property is a hill and a steep slope on the side and in the front, and like more than half of the property, is a big hill. So the builder determined you couldn't run a gas line. It would cost so much because it's far from the road. Everything was just so cost. He said, I don't think so. It's not what you think. And I didn't buy it I love the house, and but it's a very old property. And one thing I was noticing on my because I had to get the field card.
Yep.
I was noticing that a lot of the information, and I don't know how that works, but a lot of the information, because this house is sort of unique, that a family passed it down for many, many years.
Yeah.
From the 1800 time period. And it stayed within that family, so it never was sold. It never went on the market, kind of thing. And then finally, when it did sell, that was the only other owner. So there wasn't a lot of information that the town had. It always, if you looked it up, it always said no information.
Right.
So what I'm finding on the field card are there some discrepancies with, like. And I don't know. That's why I brought those pictures today.
Yeah.
That, because it lists that the tennis court was put in 2001. The tennis court, I know the history of it. It went in the 1960s, and it's just a piece of asphalt. And now that's what it looks like. It's not.
Oh, okay.
The fence is down. It's not. It's just that's left. So it really has no value because it really has a negative value because you'd have to take that away, and that would cost so much money. So it kind of sits there. So that, I think, there shouldn't be the...
What do we have on the camera?
Well, it said it went in 2001, and the value was 30-something thousand, and then they, it went down a bit after that. But it was put in the 1960s, and nothing was ever done to it.
Okay.
And again, with the barn, like, I know it lists a second barn on here. One was demolished in the 70s probably. And then the other one has never had a renovation. It says renovated or something, but I show that those pictures are like, there's no renovation that's ever happened with the barn. You know, it's in not great shape. It needs a lot of fixing. The only thing I can recall that it wasn't a renovation, but the only thing done to it was back then in the 60s that in the basement of the barn, like one slab of cement went in. You know, that was the new thing that went in, but everything else was kind of is just original.
Yeah.
To the barn.
Okay.
So it does need a lot of work. And the house, I mean, it's a good, old houses are good old houses,
yeah.
Post and beam houses, and but there's never been any. It has the old kitchen, and it has, there's not been renovation. It was, it was taken care of, and I love it there, but it wasn't ever renovated or anything like that. So when I compare properties, like I pulled up so many properties and went on Vision Appraisal and all that, and it seems that all the houses that I think are maybe comparable, but it's a hard property to compare to.
Yeah. Because
it's in town, and it has that property, but they've been totally renovated. Everything's been done. And so this one struck I'll give you this one. I'm just going to give you one because all the other ones, it's just like crazy. They're all renovated. And this one is on Burr Street. When you look up the realtor companies, and the pictures are still there because they had it on the market for $2 million something.
Okay.
And so all those pictures are there, and every inch of it is renovated. 2 barns renovated, greenhouse renovated, everything. And their appraisals are
sales price.
Or sales price. Wait a minute. Where's the? Oh, so where's the? That's sales price. Wait, where's the?
Appraisal.
So their appraisal is $859, and their assessment went down to $601. Their assessment in 2020 was $884, $450.
Okay. Okay.
And now it's $601, $440, and every inch. The house is much bigger, and every inch is renovated. The barns are like stunningly beautiful. Well, I mean, you could see like how it's like everything.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know that house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So,
I admire their boxwood.
Yeah. All of that. I don't have any of that. But I'm just thinking that's an old house. It has property but it's been totally renovated, and theirs is much lower. Mine is 7. I don't know. My assessment. What is it?
1.1.
Oh, I mean the assessment.
The assessment.
Is 785, and there's a 601. So it's not quite making sense to me.
Yeah.
I don't know. The other properties, like I have a list a mile long that I went driving around and I wrote them down, looked them up, and so they're anywhere from, appraisal anywhere from like higher 8s to $1 million something, but they've had so much done to the house, they've all had a lot done. I have a lot crumbling right now, but time will. I don't know. So I've never done this before, and like I said, I just bought this house in July. So and then the assessment happened. And what happened in your papers, I gave you the what do you call it? What do you call those people? The executor of the estate had someone that come before the tax thing, and they lowered
assessment, or what do they call it?
What do you call that?
I don't know.
They do a drive-by or whatever.
I don't know what they did, but I think the taxes were 21, and then by the time I got the house, then it's 18 something. But I think I have. Oh, so I gave you the tax bill like that, so it shows what the taxes are now, 18,659. So it got a little bit lower, but that was like right before that new assessment happened. So it kind of, I don't know.
So 2 questions.
Yeah.
Did you do any renovations when you bought it?
No. I'm still not even all the way moved in. I just I'm just there.
Okay.
As is.
Yeah, no worries.
Nothing. I didn't even paint anything yet. Yeah, so it'll be a lifetime project.
I hear you. I bought it in 1870s.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
I
love it.
I feel so peaceful there.
Yeah, and I did renovate
nice.
a lot of it cosmetically.
Okay.
But I just love like the old phones, like the wall, for example. It has like the old spats and like under the drywall.
It's so nice. I know. I love all the crooked. Everything is.
Oh yeah, my floors are crooked. And you're like, how can you live? I was like,
so what type of house is the bigger house or what?
It's smaller.
It's small.
Yeah, it's just me anyway. So it's perfect.
Yeah. Well, it's just me there around. But I have 4 kids, but all grown in the world, and so my hope is it'll be a gathering place, and so
another question.
Yeah.
So on your field card, this is just something I noticed, and maybe you can give me a paint picture on it.
Okay.
It shows that the sale was an unqualified sale.
Okay.
Can you kind of go into the reason why it wasn't like an arm's length transaction?
What does that mean?
It's like an arm's length transaction. I have to look up the actual term, but really it's so arm's length. I don't want to mislead you.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, but
yeah, it's basically like was it a fair deal? Was it I'll give you exactly. I typed that. So it's basically between 2 independent parties where you guys are both acting in your own self-interest, right? So it's not like a brother to sister. It's not like, you know what I mean? So it's like 2 separate parties in their own interest. So you're saying the old owners passed it down to generations. Did they pass it down to you through a generation?
No. The original 1800 owners always passed it down until a certain point in 1960 something, and then the other people bought it, and then it didn't change hands until I bought it. So it was a tricky little deal, you know what I mean? Okay. But they felt it was fair because all their market analyses were coming in the 7s, and then so I'm connected, to the people that lived there.
Okay.
So they did, and they saw that it needs. The executor lived far away, and I feel like, and so they thought it went on for a long time. They did, not knowing what to do. And he was having a lot of jobs as executor, and then so I think they came up with a price that they thought was fair, and knowing that to put it on in the 7s, and then realtor commission, all that, and just.
Did you have an appraisal done on the house?
I didn't.
Okay.
Because I knew I wanted to go there.
Okay.
So I didn't, and I knew it was kind of as is and all that,
Okay.
But I mean, they had several realtors come through, and then the builder told them, you're not going to get much because it needs a lot of work. But so that was kind of how that went. So it wasn't on the market that I bought it,
Okay, so you're connected to the people who lived there prior who was sold it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I know they're going to ask me that, so that's fine.
Oh, I know.
Is it a qualified sales? Like,
I don't know. But,
no, that's why.
But every realtor was coming in with that low price on it.
What was it on the market? Where was it?
See, they put it, that was a quick minute. I think I wasn't quick enough to, I wasn't getting everything done. And it was kind of a mistake that it went on for like a quick minute, but I ended up having all my stuff ready and I was able to do it that week. So it didn't sell or anything. They had it on the year before for a little while and they put it on for a high price. They put it on for $1 million or I don't know, $995 or something. And they didn't get any, not even nothing. No bite, no anything. I mean, hardly anybody even went. I don't know. So, they knew that wasn't going to happen, that they'd get.
So they put it on the market for $849 on June 20.
Yeah, that was a quick minute, but I bought it that week. I had my things in order in time because they gave me dates, and I had to be. Yeah.
Did they put it on the market? You said they put it on the market before.
The year before it went on in.
Excuse me, Ronique.
Yes.
Just wanted to let you know that Logan is here.
Perfect.
And your 815 is here.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No,
so the year before it went on, and I think it went on for just over $1 million, but then they lowered it. I know they lowered it to $995, but they got no action at all.
Okay.
So then, I don't know when that came off. Before the holidays, I think they ended up, taking it off like November of that year. So then it went off, and then I had the interest, to get it, and so.
Okay.
That's how that went.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add to the record? You answered my question.
I don't know. I think that's all I have. I mean, I have all these other houses, but I don't think it does me any good because I don't know. I don't have enough maybe comp, but I just ran out of time of.
No, you're fine. What I'll do is I'm going to present to the board for a deliberation session. So basically what happens is we're all going to vote and consider it. You'll be notified by mail with their decision between 7 days of the actual decision. We're hoping to have all the decisions by the end of March. If your appeal is denied, you can come back again next year. If you are granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years. If you don't agree with our decision, you can take the next step and appeal your decision in court, and instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter.
Okay.
All right, Barbara?
Yes, thank you.
Of course, it was a pleasure.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm happy to know you have a nice old house.
I do. It's tiny. It's the tiniest house in Southport, but I love it.
You do? You're in Southport?
Yeah.
Because I have a little shop in Southport.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm on the lower end of Bronson, so 40 Bronson.
Okay.
I fixed up one of those small houses. So I'm that white house.
Those two houses, they're so cute.
Yeah, I have the smaller one.
I'm so happy, it's because it was so dilapidated for so long.
Oh, are you on the Women's Exchange?
No, I'm across the street.
Oh, okay.
Called Barbara.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that area.
Yeah, it's so cute. But, oh, my God, are you having so much fun?
I love it.
How did you design it and all that? It's just, it's so cute.
Yeah, I kind of went on my own eye, and I was like, I want the 2 big picture windows. I hope it doesn't look like a storefront, and I wanted the landscaping, and I was like,
so cute. They're so cute, those houses, and they're now... Oh, and I love the train and the whole thing.
Oh, I love, especially in the wintertime and during Christmas time. It's so cool.
Right? Yeah. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, I'm glad to know who's there because that's how I go home. I go Bronson and then go down to the Stone Bridge and go to my house on Old Mill. And Yeah. So.
Yeah. I love it. And I work in vaccines. I worked at Pfizer. And so.
You do? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I did go to the one today. I go to headquarters. I know, so it's been wild, but yeah, of course. We're gonna go all the way to the end on the right. And you can sit in any of these two spots. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, you've got the other one?
Yeah, you're good. You know, after how many times I fill this out, I still have to look at the calendar to see what day it is.
It's just a reflex.
It really is. Okay. Welcome.
Thank
My
you.
name is Ronique. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today, and it is being recorded on that phone, so try to be as clear as possible with our math.
Okay.
For the recorded line, just to verify, I have your appeal number as 128. Your property address is 1894 North Benson Road, and can you say your name for the record?
Logan Huber.
And are you the owner of this property?
Yes, with my wife.
Great, thank you. The town has your property appraised at $553,200, and you're requesting that the town reduce your appraised value to $440,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. If you can just raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give today concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so here's your opportunity to present fair market value as of 10/1. So market value would have been what your house would have sold on 10/1 of last year, and so you're give us evidence as to why you believe it should be $553,200 and not what the town assessed it at. And
why I believe it shouldn't be 550.
I'm sorry, 440. Yeah. Thank you.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I suggested that 440 would be a fair amount. You know, I'm happy to go to 450 or 460. I want the record to know that I'm willing to be flexible with that number, but I certainly feel that 553K is far too high. Bringing your attention here to the little timeline I submitted, as you can see, the house actually experienced some time on the market just a year and a half before the October 2020 appraisal. Yeah. It was listed in April 2019 for $475,000, already well below the October 2022 appraisal.
Got it.
It spent 6 months on the market until my wife and I made an offer after the sale price was reduced all the way to $439,000. And like I said, my wife and I made an offer, I believe, in either July or August of 2019.
Yep.
We ultimately purchased the house in September 2019, just 13 months before the $553K appraisal in question.
Yeah.
For $430,000.
So your offer was in July.
My offer was in July. That is not on the. I don't think that's on the timeline here.
Okay.
But it was either July or August.
Was it $439 your offer?
Our offer was actually $415.
Oh, okay, no worries.
between me and you, I'm actually somewhat disappointed in the $430 that we bought the house for. I wish we would have. The seller was a tough one. But like I said, we purchased the house in September 2019 for $430,000 as part of the mortgage process. Of course, the house was independently appraised in August 2019 for $431,000. So obviously very consistent with the ultimate selling price of the house, again, after 6 months being on the market. A year later, and I've noted here, of course, that per the appraisal report in October 2019, the 5 comparable listings on the appraisal report averaged $377 per square foot. The October 2020 appraisal lists our property at $455 per square foot. So I want to point out that in just 13 months, the property per the 2020 October appraisal represents a 29% increase in value. I'm unaware of how that's supported.
Okay.
I know that Zillow is not the end-all be-all, but I think it's worth noting that the same time period, October 2020, that the house was appraised by Fairfield, the estimate on the house is $461,000. This represents a 7% increase over the value of the property a year prior whenever we bought it. I think this 7% increase is much more reasonable given that this is a seller's market and that the value of properties have increased in that year span, but certainly not to 30%.
Yeah, if you bought it, hold on, just doing some math here really quick.
Mm-hmm.
Bought it September 2019, so a year later, so a year and a month, so 13 months.
Mm-hmm.
And we have it, and you bought it for
$430, and 13 months later, you guys have it appraised for $123,000 more. 29% higher. And by the way, if I'm not mistaken, whenever my wife and I offered made an offer, I think we were the only ones.
Okay.
So there's just no chance that this house could be listed for anywhere near $553,000. It experienced multiple sale price reductions in the 6 months that it was on the market, where it started at $475, already $78,000 less than the appraised value. So
how many times was it reduced? Twice, right?
It was reduced twice, and then it was reduced again, of course, in our negotiation.
From $475 to $439. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, I want to note as well, of course, that my wife and I, since we purchased the house in September 2019, we've made no significant improvements at all. Certainly nothing to the framework. I also want to note here that I did have an informal hearing on January 4th. During the hearing, I don't have any direct support for this, but during the hearing, the representative did tell me that this was quote unquote an open and shut case. That he said this is why I always encourage people to get their houses appraised. You know, you have everything we need. This is a no-brainer for us. He said you're absolutely going to see a reduction, and then I got the revaluation and it hadn't changed at all. Now, finally, I want to mention a couple of things about the land.
Yeah.
I understand that as part of the $553,000 appraisal in October 2020, the land portion of that $553K was, let me look here, $462,000, the land alone.
Yeah.
So obviously just the land value itself was $30,000 higher than we purchased the entire property, including the dwelling. Just the land alone in that appraisal is even higher than the October 2020's estimate for the entire property plus the dwelling.
Okay.
Furthermore, new information has come to my attention just in the last 2 days. This is a mere coincidence, but the property at 1995 North Benson Road, which is just a few hundred feet from our property, my wife and I noticed a couple of days ago that construction began on the property. So we thought, it must have sold. It's just a plot of land.
Yeah.
And so I actually looked on Zillow to see what it sold for. And that property at 1995 North Benson Road sold in September 2020, so almost exactly the time in question here, for $185,000. I know I'm mentioning a lot of details here, so I appreciate you staying with me. But again, in September 2020, that plot of land alone sold for $185,000. Now, that land is 0.29 acres, which is 63% of my acreage of 0.46. So if you divide 185K by 0.63 to get the real value for what my size land would be, is $294K.
Okay.
Which again, $294K. This is an example of a real market value of a plot of land in my neighborhood at the exact time. So $294K is obviously well below $462K.
Yeah.
Furthermore, on the appraisal report, and that $294K is much more in line with the appraisal report that we had done on the house in August 2019, which is about $225K.
Yeah.
So I think the real culprit here is the land value on our property. I understand that I do have a relatively big property compared to comparable listings.
Yeah.
But even that is unreasonably high.
So question.
Sure.
On the appraisal, so there's comparable sales on here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Out of these comparable sales, you have 250 Roseville, 25 Terry, 321 Reed. Out of those three, which do you think is like most comparable to yours?
I have that on my phone. I didn't want to, for the sake of the environment, I didn't want to print out another 30-page document.
You're fine.
So the comparable listings, they actually have pictures down at the bottom.
Oh, and they also have 2530 North Benson and 92 Highland.
Yes, there's 5 comparable listings. Yeah. Again, averaging $377 per square foot.
Yep, got that.
Okay, you want to look at comparable 1, 2, and 3?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out like what your idea, like what do you think is most comparable to your house?
You know, I mean, I don't know these houses obviously personally.
Yeah, because it was on the appraisal anyway, so I was just curious.
Comparable 1, between comparable 1 and 2 those are the square footages that are. Our square footage is right between the square footage of 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Our house kind of looks a little bit like 1. To be honest, that one looks like it might have vinyl siding.
Yeah.
They're all in our neighborhood, obviously. That's why they're on this appraisal report.
Yeah.
Those are just within 1 mile, 1.38 in comparable 2 and 0.94 in comparable 1. Those two look more comparable than comparable 3.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I would say 1 and 2. Comparable 4 and 5 are significantly higher in value. What comes to mind to me in comparable 4 is that it's about 250 more square feet. That's one of the reasons, obviously.
Yeah.
And then I can't speak to comparable 5. I don't know what doesn't quite look like our house. I don't, obviously I don't know these houses very well. So
yeah.
I don't know what the interiors and the upgrades and all that stuff looks like. But just from eyeballing it, comparable 1 and 2 look the most like our house.
Okay.
And they are more in line with the square footage.
Perfect. Okay. Okay, perfect. Anything else like that to the record?
I don't think so.
Okay. Next steps?
Next steps.
Yeah. So what basically happens from here is I present your case as a petition to the board for a deliberation session, where we all vote, and you'll hear back within 7 days of that decision.
Mm-hmm.
All the decisions are going to happen in March.
Hopefully.
Okay. So
yeah, I understand there's like 650 or that's outrageous. Okay.
Yeah, so we're going through them as fast as we can. If your appeal is denied, you can come back in next year. If you're granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reevaluation in 5 years.
No matter what the amount of the reduction.
So that's why I want to get it close, or why I asked your requested
What
value.
I requested value, okay. Is it possible to get a partial reduction, though?
Yeah.
It is, okay. Well, I do request 440.
Okay.
I mean, that can be my official request for the record. That's fine with me.
Okay. A lot of times, if we can't come up with a figure, we may reject. So then you come back again next year because then you're kind of locked into that price for 5 years. So I was just letting you know that.
Yeah, no, I don't. That's why I'm here. I don't want to be locked in there for 5 years.
No, I know exactly. So if you don't agree with our decisions, you can take you can appeal your decision in court. Instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter. Again, if you're rejected, you can come back in next year. If you get granted a partial or in full, you can't you can't appeal again until the next 5 years.
Okay.
All right. Any questions?
The only question I have, I think, is there any supporting appraisal for the 553? I mean, obviously you've broken it down between land and dwelling.
Yeah.
But that's it? I mean, the appraisal report I submitted was 30 pages.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if there's any sort of supporting documentation for the $553,000.
Oh, so
where does that number come from?
Yeah. So basically, the biggest thing
and can I see it
in yours is actually.
I do have the field card.
The neighborhood adjustment is really what's driving yours. So on the bottom, you see it says neighborhood adjustment 127. So that whole neighborhood got adjusted by that. So that's why your land value is 461.
Okay. So the whole neighborhood was bumped up.
Right.
70%.
Right.
Or 1.7, and.
Right. So that's what's doing it on yours.
Right. Well, in that case, I want to point out that I believe that I apologize to throw this in late, but I believe that the 2015 appraisal, if this is just going up based on the 2015 appraisal, the 2015 appraisal was really what the problem was.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't realize that that's how this was being driven, because as you can see, the house was purchased in 2016 after that appraisal.
Yeah.
For $290,000.
Yeah.
And it was appraised in 2015 for 440 or something like that.
Yeah.
So this house is displaying that each time it goes on the market, it sells for not just a little bit less, but we're talking $150,000 less than what it's being appraised for by the town.
What was it appraised for then?
In 2015?
Oh yeah, sorry, all right. Yeah, what was it in 2015?
It was 308 assessed. Appraised was 308 divided by 0.7.
Wait, what was it? Sorry.
308,420 over on the right was the assessed value in 2015.
Okay. What is the appraised value of that? What is the calculation?
Yeah, let me do that for you here.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's all right. Thank you. 308,420 divided by 0.7 equals 441. 446, but 441. And then after it was appraised for $441,000, it sold for $290. I don't know how that's justified.
I know. I had a similar case with my house actually. So
did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's good. I mean, we're not professional appraisers. We're just volunteers. So we're fellow.
Oh yeah. No, I'm obviously not blaming you, sir.
Yeah. But that's just kind of what I'm jumping out when it comes to that vision board or vision.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay. No, that's it. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, of course. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Of course.
All set?
Yeah, all set.
So mess us out? Okay. Thanks so much.
Of course. It was a pleasure. You take care.
You too.
Thanks. Hello.
Hello. Thank you for delivering me.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. You can take a seat in one of the two
Oh,
spots.
okay. Either one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So sorry for the delay.
Oh, it's okay. I'm sure. I heard you guys had like 650 of these. So.
I know. No big deal. It's fine.
Am I your last one at least?
You are.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, this is my first appeal, so.
Well, welcome.
Thank you.
I know what that's like. I did my first appeal 2 years ago when I bought my home.
Yeah. It's a little daunting.
Totally. I remember, what do I do?
I know. I feel like I'm going before, a tribunal, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and then you realize it's just little me.
Okay, well, that's good. That makes me feel better.
Yeah, so welcome.
Thank you. So I have...
But it's okay. My name is Ronique.
Okay.
I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to hear your appeal today, and it is being recorded on the phone.
Okay.
So to state a few things for the recorded line, your appeal number is 251.
Mm-hmm.
The property you're appealing is 50 Drum Road in Fairfield.
Mm-hmm.
And Michael and Jennifer Barwinski is the owners, and can you state your name for the record?
Sure, I'm Jennifer Barwinski.
Thank you. And you own 50 Drum Road?
Yes.
Great, thank you. The town has your property appraised for $660,600,
Mm-hmm.
and you're requesting that the town reduce your appraised value to $590,827.
Yes.
Great, thanks. If you can just raise your right hand for me.
Oh, sure.
Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you. If you can sign that.
Oh,
paper
sure.
there. Thank you.
This is 10, is that good?
Yeah,
okay.
Fine.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, you did the rest.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. Perfect. So here's your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1, 2020 should be $590,827, not what the town assessed it as.
Sure.
Market value is what your home would have likely sold for on that day, so please be as succinct as possible.
Sure. Okay, I'll try my best. So do you have this documentation that
I do.
Okay, great, okay.
And take your time, by the way.
So I'm not sure if it was in the same order. I made 2 copies of everything, but basically, so just, I know my neighborhood, it was all built, the 2 streets, Drum and Fife, were built in 1969. So I know that all of those houses aren't comp, technically speaking, because I looked at the requirements, within 3 years of the October 1st and all that. But I don't know if you have this form, but these are just my immediate neighbors, just to give a broad idea. They're all built the same year. They're all right there, obviously, and we have the smallest square footage, and we have the only 3-bedroom of these, and we pay, or we have, I should say, by far the highest appraisal.
Okay, so hang on, let me just make sure I got that.
And that seems to be, if not, I can just give you this one. But
okay, perfect.
It seems we're new to this, but we only bought the house 3 years ago, and we always wondered why ours was so much higher, and we looked into the field card and all that stuff. It seems to be the depreciation code is the crux. So we're the only ones with a 6 depreciation code, which is like an 88% good on everything. So you can see just among our immediate neighbors, which again, some of them do fall within the 3 years, some of them don't. But by bedrooms, by square footage, we are higher than all of them. And then we pulled some actual comps according to the criteria, set forth on the website.
Yep.
Like 15 Fife is right down the street too, but they just sold. It has the date up there. But again, our depreciation code is much higher. And my understanding is that it's 1 through 6, with 6 being like very well maintained, right? And 1 being, and we're the only ones that I've seen with a 6 anywhere. Like we even looked at new homes from like that were built in the last year or 2. They were even 5. So that seems to be kind of coloring the appraisal. So again, we have a smaller home. We have one fewer bedroom, and then I'm not sure if the modern bathroom and kitchen, I don't know if that has a numerical value. But we're the only ones with a modern kitchen and a modern bathroom. I'm not really sure if that is just kind of a designation or if it means something.
Okay.
But I addressed that with some pictures later. But
I saw that.
Okay. So basically.
And you have 3-bedroom or no?
We have 3, yes.
Okay.
We have 3.
Okay.
So, and they have 4, but again, our appraisal's higher, even though we sold for the exact same dollar amount, which is kind of funny. But and we just pulled these from Zillow or whatever. But just of their bathrooms, which, if anything, are nicer than ours, and theirs say average. So again, I'm not sure if that has a direct correlation with the appraisal, but just, we found that of note. And then the other one was 71 Doreen Drive.
Hang on.
Oh,
sorry. No, you're fine. Okay. I just want to make sure I drive with you.
Okay, I don't want to keep you here late.
You're fine.
If you hate me and then,
No, it's not a big deal. No, I'd rather have a good, solid.
That's I'm sure you've had data thrown at you. So.
Yeah, but it's totally fine.
Okay.
But hold on.
So basically, they're right down the street, and they have a bigger house and more bedrooms, but yet our appraisal is much higher. I think again because of this depreciation code, which my understanding is that a 6 is the highest, and that correlates with 88% good, and the 88% is applied to the replacement cost.
Yeah.
So, again, ours is much higher than, we literally couldn't find a 6 anywhere, and it was just crazy because our house, we love our house and we've taken care of it, but it's, I don't know.
What do you believe the building code should be? Do you know?
I think it's 3, because if you look at all my neighbors on that sheet right there, they're all either 3s or 4s, and I have pictures of our home. I mean, again, we try to take care of it, but my neighbors have a lot more, improvements and such. Like on the field card, which we attached at the very end, for my one neighbor's, on their field card is a new kitchen worth like, I don't remember how much it was, to be honest, but it was on the field card, the estimate. And, so they've had a lot of improvements, and yet their kitchen was average, and ours says modern. And again, I'm not sure if it's just kind of, I don't know if that matters to the numerical value, but the depreciation code keeps popping up because I think my understanding is that it's applied to everything.
Okay.
And I don't mean this is confusing, but we were talking after we filed the appeal, and the replacement cost itself, I'm not sure exactly how that's calculated.
Yeah.
But my understanding, I mean, like, we were looking at our neighbors. They were all built the same year, same materials, I assume, same builder. Yeah. And yet our replacement cost is toward the high end of the range of all of our neighbors. So I don't know. We took, like, I don't know if that would factor in. My husband figured that he thinks it was the depreciation code is applied to the replacement cost and then the land. So if that's true, then our replacement cost might also be high for what it is. Because again, we're one of the only 3 bedrooms, and we're on the high end of the range. And I'm not sure exactly how that's figured, but if that's factored in, then we were figuring the average of replacement cost per square foot of all those neighbors would be like, it would put us at $578, $185. But I don't know. I don't mean to throw that French in, but I'm just gonna toss that in.
Yeah, that's fine.
But because it's confusing how it's figured to us. But so anyway, so then there was just one more comp. It's just the same gist. It's a bigger home. It has 3 bedrooms like us too, but again, there's our average, and their depreciation or their percent good is 72. So even though it's bigger, so it doesn't seem to jive, I guess is what's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
And then there was another one.
Didn't mean to throw that word in your.
I don't know. Did you? Is that where I got it from?
I don't know. Okay. I think I said it about
maybe subconsciously. So anyway, we attached pictures of the bathroom. I mean, again, we tried to take care of our kitchen bathroom, but they're certainly not nicer than these, and these are all listed as average.
I think I have
lower. Those. Okay, I think I gave you everything. I went to FedEx and made copies of everything.
Yeah, I have those. But I could add it if you want.
Or whatever you think. Okay. And then these are our home, which was kind of depressing to point out all its flaws. But just so you get an idea, like again, we take care of it. We painted the windows, that kind of thing. Yeah. So and we painted the door. But I mean, to have a 6 depreciation code when we can't find anyone else with a 6, and then all of our neighbors are 3s and 4s, and our house doesn't have near the improvements that some of them do. So just to give an idea of kind of, I think my understanding, which is very limited because we just are kind of figuring all this out, but is that somehow this depreciation code was applied to the house, and it's kind of being multiplied by all the other, like the outbuildings, like, because our fireplace, we have the same fireplace as our neighbors, but ours is adds $6,500 because of the depreciation code, because ours is considered 88% good and not 67, which is kind of what we think we should be.
What is the neighborhood? Yeah. What is the neighborhood depreciation code? Like what's the average you said?
There's all 3 or 4, all of them. There's no 5s, there's no 2s.
Right.
So it depends. Like my next door neighbors are a 4, like they have nicer, they have new windows, they have, that kind of thing. And then my next door neighbors, they're a 3. And then I think the people next to them are a 3. And it's all, you can see it. We printed out their field cards. Yeah. So I looked at so many, honestly I can't remember off the top of my head who's who. Yeah. But it just seems very out of line to be not even like a 4 would be kind of surprising, but to be a 6, I can't find a 6. We looked for for ones, and my husband found one that was built like a brand new house basically, and it was still a 5. So I don't know how our poor, shingle cracked. I mean, like again, we try to take good care of it, but it just seems like something's like getting kind of disconnected or something.
Yeah.
So that's basically the crux of it is, again, I don't know if the kitchen and bathrooms being modern, I'm not sure if that factors or if that's just kind of like a whatever they throw in, but I don't know if that factors into the depreciation code. But again, I couldn't find anyone listed as modern kitchen and bathroom, anybody.
Right.
And ours are, we like them, but they're nothing special. And then the depreciation code and the percentage good, which obviously they're the same kind of.
Yeah.
Those seem like crazy high for not even just our neighborhood, but all the comps. And then even we were just trying to find one that was 5 or 6, and we couldn't. And then we have a 3-bedroom. And then a lot of the comps are 4-bedrooms, and yet our appraisal's way higher than a lot of them.
Yeah, 17 Dorian, I think, was 4. Was 15?
Well, 15 was 4 also, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they sold for the same price, and they have more square footage and another bedroom, and yet we pay more. And then my next door neighbor, I think they're 38. No, they're 38. We pay more than them, and they have 4 bedrooms, much more square footage. Like their field card notes, the kitchen, like it was some crazy. They didn't do it with people before them, but it was some very, where was it? Wood deck and remodeled kitchen. And that's somebody else. But anyway, so that's basically it. I think you get the idea.
Yeah.
So we just, we never really knew until we looked into it, like why we were so high compared to everyone, and we just want it to be in line with the comparables. Like it just seems like the 6 is very out of place, I guess, considering. So.
Yeah. What I made. Yeah. Okay. I know what you're saying. Let me kind of go over next steps with you.
Sure.
So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to present your petition to the majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail with our decision between 7 days of the actual decision.
Okay.
We're trying to bank through the decisions by the end of March, but we'll see.
Yeah. I don't blame you.
If the appeal is denied, you can come back in next year.
Okay.
If you are granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next evaluation in 5 years.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, so if you don't agree with our decision, you can take the next steps and appeal your decision in court. And the instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter.
Okay.
All right?
So did I give you enough information, you think?
Yeah, you have some really compelling arguments. The thing is you have the 2 comps, the building code I may ask the assessor about. But before I even bring it to the board, so I just have to kind of go through that process.
Sure. But you have everything you need. Do you want this stuff just in case? Do you have all the field cards? I think I included them. Okay.
Yep, I definitely have all the field cards.
Because obviously you'll know more. Once you see them, you'll see kind of how out of line, like we're, way.
Yeah, a lot of times with appraised values when comparing it to house, one value we might actually have it lower than what it should be.
Mm-hmm.
So then, do we question that house?
Yeah.
And we're not saying like you're going to raise your neighbor's taxes.
Yeah, gotcha. That would be
all right. Well, but you have the comparables as well, so that's why.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It's not. It seems to be like we can't find any that are in our range. Like there's not a single. Like I can't find a 6, and we're a 6. So it's not so much that. It's not so much the appraisal value. It's more the depreciation code seems way out of line with all of the comps that we've seen, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, okay, but you think you have this, you have everything that you need?
I think so.
And then I didn't know if the modern and the average.
I noticed that. It's weird.
I don't know. Maybe it doesn't mean anything, but I just don't want it to be factoring into the depreciation code unnecessarily because, like I said, ours are, from Home Depot. They're nothing fancy. But anyway, all right. So you got everything.
I think so.
Okay, good.
All right.
So you said I get an email or something in the mail.
Something in the mail.
Okay.
Between 7 days after the decision.
Okay, and that will be probably in April, you said, or you hope to.
We're hoping to have them done by the end of the month, so it could be April, but We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay, well, thanks for hearing me.
Yeah, no, of course. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it was good.
Thank you for being patient.
Oh, it's fine. I understand.
So sorry about that.
I understand. That's all right. But all right, well, have a good night. I'll see this later.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay, so you sure you have all these field cards, right?
I have. So, I mean, I can verify it again.
I don't want to make you go through all of them, but basically, the important ones are like 15.5.
Yep, so
that's one of the real counts.
Yep, so I have 15.5.
Okay.
I have 27 drums.
Mm-hmm.
I have 38 drums.
Okay.
45 drums.
Okay.
I have 54 drums.
Okay.
71 Dorian.
Okay, good. That was one of the like true comps.
Yeah. 81 cotton.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's another one.
2120 mill plain.
Okay, good. Right. And that should be it. And then I think I included this. They said to include our tax bill. You have that? Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically it's just the 6 depreciation code that seems to be the crux of it. So, you know.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, have a good night.
You
Thanks.
too.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
I am stopping the recording. This is March 17th, and it's 8:55. All the appeals are done for the day. Thank you.